All right, hello, everybody. Let's get back into the U.S. Championships. It is round 9 today, and hopefully this is live. There we go. We're into round 9. We have a 1.5 point lead for Fabiano Caruana after Ray's incredible game yesterday, and Fabi not quite able to crack Sevian. I'm convinced he had a small edge when Kostya took over from me on the commentary yesterday afternoon, but it seems like it probably just wasn't enough. I don't know. I'm not the one who looked in depth at the end of that game, though I did play over it later. But I saw the end of Ray's game, and that was a real ka-thunk. So Ray has now won 3 games in a row. Let's see where we are. We're half an hour late today to the start of the round, or actually almost 45 minutes late. Here are all the boards. Yo to Charlie Silva, holding it down in Dubai. Let's see. Let's see what we got on all these boards. The first thing that stood out to me is like a wonder. Look at this funky opening he played against Fabi. I saw this position with the knight on c6 and the queen on e7, and I immediately thought, like, oh my god, the dude played the knight takes e4 trap in the Petrov, I bet. And guess what? He did. So that's like completely insane funky. This is like given as an opening trap. In fact, it's the second opening he's played so far this week that wouldn't just be considered bad, but has literally been called an opening trap. It's that bad. E4, E5, knight f3, knight f6, knight e5, and here, without d6, knight takes e4. One of the first opening traps you show beginners, right? I mean, straight out of the, blunders and traps and zaps and whatever realm of chess. Just shocking, honestly, to see him play this. And weirdly enough, this is an opening that I've analyzed. It's completely useless. Why did I analyze it? I think it was because I was looking at some old games, and I was looking at knight e5. I was looking at e4, e5, knight f3, f6, another opening trap, and then knight takes e5. We were looking at some simple games for players in the 0 to 1000 band to memorize. Exactly. Opening traps for like absolute beginners, right? 500 rated players, catch them up on the ways that the NNs of the world used to lose in like 6 moves to Grecos and others, right? So, yeah, just shocking, and yeah, so the only reason I've analyzed this variation is because I was looking at material specifically for 500 rated players. Okay, and here it is in the U.S. Championships. A wonder, just trying to commit weird suicide here or something. And let's see how prepped Fabi was for that in a moment. But first, I need to survey all the other boards before I just go crazy on that thing, right? So, Robson versus Lenderman. We've got a pretty solid position for Lenderman, right? We've got basically a Slav defense with, knight h4, knight takes bishop on g6. So Robson continuing to play 1d4 every single game here. The position is no particular advantage for white yet, and my first thought seeing it is that Lenderman will hold the game just fine and stop Ray's streak at 3. Then we've got Dominguez against Sevian. Sevian repeating the open, I almost called it closed, the open Rui that he played against Shankland successfully a couple days ago. Now, Shankland had a huge advantage out of the opening and just mishandled it. Never got the bishop on c2 to an open diagonal. Here, I think that Dominguez, despite having been able to prepare for this, I think Dominguez has even less than Shankland had. Maybe Sevian improved his play. Maybe Sevian was the one who came with some improvements. So we'll see. We'll see how that goes. You know, shout outs and hellos to Ken and Exquisite Corpse and Eigen and Viva La Kid. And Eigen, did you analyze one move of one game of yours for 10 minutes yesterday? Did you? I'd like to know. I'd like to know that you did. Okay, so I think Sevian's going to be fine in this game. That's my take there. So I think Lenderman and Sevian here in the upper left-hand corners. I think these guys have solid, acceptable openings for black. Totally okay. There's room to play in both positions. More so in Robson versus Lenderman. Dominguez and Sevian, I think the position is simple enough. And this is what I mean about like when you get your opening prep that you don't see like super GMs lose very often when they get their opening prep. Like the Dominguez-Sevian game, there's only so many things that Dominguez can do in this position. Sevian not only could play 20 moves without blundering because those moves were computer approved or even without inaccuracies, but Sevian now has a position that's like limited in scope, right? He doesn't even have to like know anything about how to use knights to draw this game against Dominguez, right? It's a limited scope. You know, White's trying to bust out the c2 bishop. You know, White's got a protected pass pawn that Black needs to keep blockaded, but the endgames are fine because of opposite colored bishops. Blockades are easy. If the position opens up in the middle game, you just have to know about, you know, making sure your bishop's active and taking good care of the kings, you know? So I feel like the scope of what could happen, the amount of understanding and calculation that Sevian needs to hold the game, there's not a lot of scope, so I think he's going to be pretty safe with this game here. Then we've got Caruana against Liang. I mean, we'll get into that one more, but it should be a disaster for Black. Although right now I don't see a good move for Fabi right here, so I wonder. He wonders. We wonder. Yeah, it looks like he's blown his advantage, honestly. But we'll get into it more later. Shang and Aronian. The fancy, weird Scotch. Who's doing well and why? I mean, Black's always in danger of White's c1 bishop in that position with that bishop pair. But Black's trying to just break the light squares with d5 and c4. So here Black can take on f2 and then play knight c4. And Black is fine. Yeah, Aronian's going to be fine in that game. Xiang's not going to get the kind of position you need to win a game against Aronian. The kind of position in which one can beat Aronian, you know, it's like, again, there's a limited scope of positions where you can beat Aronian. You can't beat him from nothing. Schwierz against Morad Yabadi, very interesting position. So I think, Morad Yabadi's got control of the key c4 square, which is reasonable. He's playing well. What is going on with Shanklin and you? Oh my goodness. Okay, anyway, sorry. Going in order, Schwierz probably has an advantage for White because, you know, you can play e4. You can get the c1 bishop into the game. You can expand on the king side. But, you know, the weak c4 square, the weak c3 pawn, you know, there's some interest here for Morad Yabadi as well. If queen b3, I guess he goes knight a5. And then to defend the C pawn, we've traded off queens, and that reduces white's winning chances a lot. Yeah, so we might just see bishop d2, and then king g1 and e4 and so on. Should be playable. Shanklin against you looks like a total mess. And white is up a pawn. It doesn't look like a bishop on h7 is going to get trapped this game. You've got the idea of maybe bishop g4, give up that bishop to win the d4 pawn. To me, that doesn't feel sufficient to be convincing. I think that's a very promising opening for Sam Shankland. And then Hans Niemann against Wesley So. I would say the position looks quite promising for white, who's probably played an exchange Rui Lopez of some kind. Maybe delayed. Maybe it started as a Gioco Piano and then later he played bishop b5 and took on c6. But it looks like an interesting position for Hans. I mean, Wesley's trying to break open some light squares here with d5. Hans is going to not want to trade on d5. He needs to hold the c4 point. The a4 pawn stops him from playing b3. Yeah, it's not like a big advantage for white or anything yet, but it's playable. I mean, I think Niemann's got about as good a position as you can, as you might want to get with white against Wesley. Realistically, you're not just going to roll over Wesley So or just get a winning position out of the opening. But look, I mean, Wesley had to spend more time than Hans, half an hour. Well, Hans is playing really fast recently. But he had to spend a bunch of time, and Hans has a playable position. So I think Niemann's doing fine. Kraai likes So's position. But Kraai should also like Niemann's position. Niemann got that bishop outside the pawn chain and then put the pawns on the light squares, like in the aggressive repertoire. So, yeah, I mean, black's position is not terrible. This a5, a4 is really clever because it keeps white from ever sort of really locking down the c4 square with b3. And black's got good scope for the queen and rook. I think the queen can go to a7, and then the rook can go on the b file instead of the queen, and that's even a small improvement to trade roles. Have the rook on the b file opposite white's rook on b1, have the queen on a7, just backing up the c5 bishop to put a little pressure on f2. And, Wesley's position is pretty reasonable. I want to test my theory that it is an Italian game that looks like an exchange Rui and not an actual Rui. I want to check the move order to see if I'm right on that. Yes, I am right. Bishop c4. Gioco Piano, and then this, because this like a5, queen b8 is a maneuver here. And often you avoid the bishop trade and then take on c6. Yeah, this is exactly it. Got him to play c4 and then used it to play b5. Very provocative, Wesley. And notice his queen's already come through a7 once, but I think it's going to head back there a second time this game. I could be wrong, but that's my take. Man, you had to know Wesley was going to play d5. That's kind of iffy from Hans. I mean, knight h4, you know the guy wants to play d5, and then you don't go to f5 because of that? What's keeping the knight out of f5? I don't know there. That was weird. That was a little bit weird. All right. Now, let's quickly go over this Caruana thing. I think Caruana may have sort of messed up the prep or something here. So, let's go. Let's go to the analysis board, Batman. Queen e2. Actually, I need to do one other thing first. I need to go see what Eigen said. Eigen had to go to sleep and didn't do the 10 minutes of analysis? Yeah. Man. The way we know Scott posts is that ChessDojoLive is Jesse Kraai. He was speaking in the third person there. Or they were speaking in the third person. Okay. So in this position here, maybe a lot of you know, but maybe a couple people don't know, that the reason this is a stock opening trap to learn is that it reveals like a really cool tactic for beginners to know, which is you're attacking the knight, and it teaches us to look like through pieces. If the knight moves, then white plays knight c6. It's check from the queen, and it's an attack on that queen by the knight. So you have to save the king, and then white is able to take the queen. It's like a fundamental chess tactic. Fundamental. So he plays queen e7. Queen takes e4, d6. Oh, let me give you the live position over here. Okay, so now you have to go d4. Takes, knight c6. And Fabi played bishop b5. I think that's the mistake. I think bishop b5 is a mistake here. Are you here, Kraai? We analyzed this together at some point, right? Or like looked at part of this together? Do you remember what's going on here? You are here. Okay, I think bishop b5 is a mistake. It looks like you're fighting for e5, right, to keep your pawn. But basically, once there's a bishop on d7, you've got this undefended piece, so black's always threatening knight e5. And you never want to give up that bishop in order to try and hold on to this pawn for a while. Or, I don't know about never, but it's not like the main thing you want to do. If I recall correctly, the way to punish black for playing like this is knight to c3. Right? And the point is, if black takes on e5 with the knight, this move wins. And the second point is that if black takes with the queen, you trade and come here with a big advantage. Maybe even knight b5 before bishop f4. But this is it. I'm sure I'm remembering this correctly. Okay, Braden somehow has this analyzed as well. Bishop f4, bishop d6, bishop g3. Yeah, that's what I was going to go. You don't think bishop b5 is terrible? I think bishop b5 kind of misses the mark. And one of the like surprising things about this line is that there's only like 1 or 2 ways for white to actually punish black. Like we had a hard time punishing black. I'm not even sure if it's not like knight b5 right away. Then I think the only line was like bishop b4, c3, bishop a5, bishop f4, f6. Something like this. Yeah. And The second option is bishop f4 right away. Bishop d6, and then you castle, threatening knight b5. And this one's also amazing. This one's amazing. No, you can't do this because of knight d3, right? You have to. Sorry, you have to play bishop g3. I remember it's like a saving grace in the bishop d6 line that you have to retreat. For a long time, I thought this was wrong because I didn't want to retreat. I didn't want to lose the tempo. Like I couldn't believe that knight b5 and castles are bad here. But it turns out you can just play bishop g3 and then black's busted. Yeah. Because you got knight b5 or knight e4. Black can't cover all of that. And this position's amazing. This position's amazing. Okay. So that's nice. I'm able to remember something. That's nice. That's the authorized refutation, my friends. I think it's a big deal. Knight c3 here. I think this is going to be quite a mistake. Bishop b5. And Kraai, when you're saying that of all the dodgy things, are you talking about Fabi or about a wonder? Because a wonder's been playing dodgy openings, right? And this is perhaps the dodgiest of them yet. So bishop b5, black plays bishop d7. No, Fabi's white. Fabi's white, yeah. Maybe I've got the thing wrong somehow? No, Fabi's white. Fabi's white. So, yeah, a wonder is just like... And he's got a +1 score in the U.S. Championship, and he's like pushing the degree to which you can play for fun, right? Like, he said he's playing for fun. He's trying to play positions that are fun for him instead of, like, what's great, necessarily. But, I mean, he's playing worse openings than me at times, I think. I don't know. Okay, so bishop b5. We'll see if this move is a problem or not. After bishop d7, white plays knight c3. So queen e5 loses to bishop c6. And knight e5 probably still loses to knight d5. Yes, it does. Like check, here, takes, and then knight c7. And you pick up your bishop. And this is the first move where a wonder thought. And here a wonder thought for 20 minutes. So all the time wonders used this game was just on this next move. And a wonder castled queenside. Now Fabi played bishop f4. Trying to cover this pawn on e5. And a wonder played queen b4 almost immediately. And I don't... Like, my first glance at this... Jesse thinks bishop b5 is going to make full sense and white will get a great endgame. I am afraid that I don't... Like, my 5-second scan didn't reveal any good moves for white here. Because the basic move for white would be to castle queenside, right? And then black takes. Takes. And recovers the pawn. So now in this situation, we would need something, right? We would need something here. We can go bishop e5 or bishop d7, or maybe there's some other candidate move. Like bishop e2. Maybe we just say no trades. That's an interesting thought. Maybe that's what Jesse's going to say. Jesse says knight g5 could be an issue. So, takes, knight g5. Concrete. Jesus, that's the end of the world, too. That's the end of the world. That's a whole pawn. It's not the end of the world, but it's a pawn. I mean, black just has to play rook e8, rook g8, and give it, right? Interesting. Okay. So let's put these ladies back on for a second. Other moves for black. Knight e5. Queen e5. Fabi just castled queenside. I think you can see in the live position below me. Oh, we'll check that out, W. Grave. Yeah, we'll check that out.
Hey, dude, can you hear me?
Oh my goodness, I can. This never works. Discord audio.
Yeah, it's not gonna work, dude. It's not gonna work, but it's not such a bad thing. Oh, so this happened. His 95 did happen.
It's happening.
So yeah, dude. I mean, yeah. And it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work.
Okay.
I mean, even if you imagined bishop d7, knight d7, let's just say there was no knight g5.
Okay.
White still has the advantage with, I don't know, some simple move like rook he1.
Mm-hmm.
But
Even
knight
if,
g5 is just like,
even if you let black play h6 or something, it would be pleasant.
Well, we have the development jump, yeah. But, knight g5 is definitely going to be the first question.
All right. So let's check this one variation on knight g5. We have a variation that was suggested in chat here.
Dude, this is coming. This is coming. We got knight d7 on the board.
Yeah. So somebody in chat was saying that after knight g5, there's going to be bishop e7, knight f7, rook d to f8, knight h8, rook f4, and the knight is trapped.
Interesting. Uh-huh. Well, let's just say Fabi's thinking about it now, and some kind of something like that is going to happen. Also, knight g5, maybe bishop c5 with similar stuff.
Okay. Let's give black back the rooks for a second and check out the other square. Oh, knight g5, bishop e7 are played. And by the way, a Wonder's only thought about one move this game. He thought 20 minutes on castle's queenside, but when Fabi castled queenside, he didn't hesitate on queen e4, knight e5, or even bishop e7 here. He just blitzed it, man.
It doesn't... He tanked... Oh, h4 played. Holy moly. Interesting. So Fabi had thought about this. I think he thought about a lot of this when he castled long. Because that's when he tanked. And it's like he had seen this stuff. Now, a Wonder's doing a little dance, dude, where he's tried to play the super GMs playing in the odd sidelines, dude.
Yeah.
And it's like, welcome to the jungle. But he's the one trying to create the jungle.
Yeah.
Now, white has definitely got to be better here. I like h4.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to guess, by the way, that knight f7 was definitely playable because you have to spend a load of time to get the knight back on h8 when that happens.
Yeah, you're going to have to play rook f8, and then you're going to go take it.
Like here, I'm assuming rook he1 would be the main question.
Right. Now you need to spend a move on, like, king d8 or something?
I don't know, boss. I'm just saying this is kind of ugly looking.
I mean, we can't move the bishop, right? That much I know.
Yeah.
This I know. We can't move this bishop. So it's like, what, we're playing king d8?
I mean, you got to do something weird, right?
Yeah.
and then maybe you survive. It would be some very tricky line, I guess, if you survived here.
Right.
For example, if rook e2, then you could play rook f8, aiming for that kind of survival.
Right, but look at this. We don't go after the knight because they can block, right? Let's go after that bishop. Oh, it's bishop g5 saving black.
Right, it's bishop g5. And there's actually a nice tactic here. We'll show this tactic,
Okay.
David,
Yeah.
with bishop d6, or no, rook de1, and then bishop d6.
Yeah, this is what I was going for.
Oh, yeah, and then you got either knight f7 or rook e8 immediately.
Yeah. That's
Boom.
why I doubled on the e file.
Yeah.
So now I'm wondering if we can't go rook e4 instead of e2 back here. Oh, the rook was on it! Dang.
Yeah.
In this position here, right? Because you would want to have this move. So are we to believe that white's not winning here? Are we to believe?
And what's weird about it too is like, I wonder, like someone in the chat said it's theory, which to my mind just means someone played it once.
Probably.
But it doesn't. It seems like he tanked long enough on castles long. I wonder did that he wasn't really too aware. Well, but let's concentrate on.
It feels like remembering something. For him to play the next 5 moves that fast, Jesse, like bishop e7 instantly. It feels like he was remembering.
H4 puts some really good questions to Black's position here.
Yeah.
If we imagine like the passive rook df8, which might be what we're going to see, then you know, let me just say, man, Fabi is evil in the endgame. It's really evil. So, and H4 is definitely a move of ultimate evil, because then we're just saying, what do you want to do? And if rook df8, then white's going to play, I assume, something like rook he1, and then we're just going to say, boss, I'm better.
Yeah. Well, let's cover the simplest things first, right, Jesse?
Okay.
If black plays h6 here,
Okay, fine.
then the knight can get out on g6. So
And
the
then I
line
get
becomes just a joke, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we can't get the knight out of our face there. Also, we can't ever play this move f6, right? Because the knight comes in and now we can't attack the rook on the f file. So our tactic is gone.
And we're definitely threatening knight f7 too, because now we control that g5 square, which is critical for that check.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
And here's the last option to sort of directly deal with the knight, right? Like if I'm a beginner, I'm just like, this knight is bothering me. Can I kick it, take it, right? Okay. I imagine Fabi's going to open the H file. And
yeah, that looks like almost lost too, right there.
You say
man.
this thing's a problem right here.
That looks terrible.
If I could bring the rook out and then play knight f8 and maybe just defend it with a knight, but by definition, if I move the rook first, you take the pawn, and if I put the knight here, my rook is trapped.
I like it when things happen by definition, man.
Yeah.
Now, we got a comment with rook de8, maybe rook de8 instead of rook df8.
Okay.
Kind of a weird move, because it's like, what are you doing? You're still going to ultimately have to defend f7.
I guess putting it off, Jesse. Putting it off.
Putting it off.
Procrastinator's dream.
So, okay, so wait. So maybe you could claim something like, well, next move I'll play h6. That might be clever. That might be a very clever move.
Mm-hmm. So how about this attempted clever move?
No, I think rook d8 is very clever. There you go.
We respond with bishop e3.
Oh,
Now
I guess
you could play f6, I guess.
I play f6, maybe knight e5 as well. I don't know.
Okay.
Knight e5, maybe bishop e4. Bishop e3 now bishop e3 has some salt on it, right?
Yeah.
It would definitely be a question for Dude to answer. I think, David, that we're going to get a severe tank from a wonder here. That's my prediction.
Okay.
The Dude's going to tank for about a good 20 minutes here. He probably should, too, because if you play rook df8, you don't know exactly what Fabi's going to do, but you know that he's better because your rooks are in a jam. So, right, some kind of fancy business like rook de8.
Danarod, what's your rating? What's your FIDE rating? Out of curiosity. I'm just curious, Jesse, because we've got at least 3 people in chat who've seen this position at like move like 12 to 15 and said like, oh yeah, I know this like opening line. I know this theory, right? It's like, people are researching this?
It's funny, man. I think, well, okay, let's just say when we were kids, this was considered like a chump thing to do. But even back in the day, by the way, in the opening books, they kind of went deep into this thing too. If for whatever reason, this fascinates a certain small portion of the reptilian mind in E5 chess players. They want to know if they can take on E4. Why? I don't know. But anyways, there's definitely suffering in Black's future here. I don't understand, too, that it gets so deep. Yeah. Because why would you do it? If you want to study some weird deep theory, why would you play this weird thing?
If you play e4, your opponent can get this position, so you gotta know what to do as white here. What? I don't have to know every single thing just to play e4.
Yeah, I don't think Fabi really knew either. And Fabi's like the king of e4, man. Come on. Come on.
Unbelievable. I'm looking at this game from Danarod here. You guys can all see this too. Like, this is opening theory now, Jesse. Everybody knows this. Rook e1,
no more,
king d8, rook d3.
BBC says no more playing e4 until you study this, dog. No more for you, buddy.
Dang.
Oh, live position. He took on g5.
Ooh. Oh, no, dude.
Now you're going to suffer, dog. Now the pain is real. Now you better have a hell of a move right now. Like right now. Maybe his intention, this looks really weird, but maybe his intention is to play knight f8 pronto.
Oh, Danarod played a good game, too. Danarod won this one. He finally outplayed Black in the endgame. Oof. His opponent's name does have preparación in it.
Now, let me just say something. Knight f8, and that bishop takes g5 looks ridiculous, so a wonder's got to have some kind of idea. But I think his idea might be this weird knight f8 immediately.
Okay.
Because there's a problem of the h-pawn, and there's also the problem that when if bishop b5 comes, then you're in a world of pain. So anyways, he has some kind of idea for what he wanted to do after bishop takes g5. So anyways, bishop e5 and then knight e6.
He's revealed his idea. He challenges White's spatial pawn immediately.
Yeah. Okay, so my take on this is we got a classic Fischer ending, right? And I think this one's close to lost, dude.
Yeah, I see a pretty damn good move here, Jesse. It took
me
a moment.
There's a lot of good moves, though, right?
I had to fight my instincts. You know, my instincts are rook h5.
Uh-huh.
Those are my, lizard reptilian instincts. Rook h5, just always so violent. But there's a very soft touch here that looks pretty good to me, Jesse. Rook d to e1.
I think, honestly, White's got a lot of good moves. Even f3, gf, rook d e1, some kind of rook d3. Black's just, what have you done, Black? What have you done? I mean, any kind of move on the h file, your rook h5, I don't understand, because I don't know why we put on h5. But if you put it on h3, that's also a big question.
Okay. I was
I guess if we're gonna double the rooks, though, I'm drawn to rook d3, so that just threatens rook d h3. Your rook d e1, it's an obvious question. I think the intention of Black is going to be. Actually, I don't know. That's really rough, dude. I don't know what he's going to do.
It's hard to propose Black's next move after my question, right? Hans Niemann and Wesley So have already drawn, so good thing we didn't get too invested in that one.
Okay, on your move, maybe you try to bail out into a rook endgame, a pawn down.
Okay.
So rook d e1.
Yeah.
And then snip.
You're just going to put the knight on e5? No. Okay. Snip.
Well, I'm going to take on g5, yeah.
Yeah.
Bishop takes, knight, or excuse me. Wait, let me just think about it half a second. I think knight f6, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and you've got rook d7.
Now, this is definitely a better position.
That's some suffering. That's some suffering. Folks, this is what Jesse has in store for me. He's like walking into these things on purpose with the idea of drawing at the end.
Now, I don't know. I mean, let's put drawings in parentheses,
Yeah.
I don't know. Now, this is not the position you want against Fabi.
No.
Buddy. Oh, no.
No.
And this one's interesting because I'm torn between calling this clear advantage for White and winning.
Yeah.
But let's go back and let's look at rook d e1 again just to see if we can come up with something better for Black.
Yeah.
Here's that's rough, dude. Hey, let me just say, now I guess I would like to believe that I'm the ignorant one here and that a wonder has some kind of plan.
Mm-hmm.
But both bishop g5 and then f6 both seem pretty bad.
He played them fast too, Jesse. Look, he's got over an hour on the clock, and like,
I don't
these
know.
are like the most consequential remaining decisions in the game, in a sense, that are sort of irreversible, right? Like,
well, every decision is irreversible.
yeah, but I mean, like,
I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's like, yes, there are going to be a few things to calculate later on down the road in the end game, but like, you'll do the work and you'll calculate them. But this decision, like, you're like, I mean, what else does he need his hour for if not for this decision?
Yeah.
Either he's still in preparation or it's somewhat irresponsible time usage.
Come on, man. If you could, there's no way this is, I mean, you think about preparation.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's say you're using the computer or whatever. The computer, by the way, loves the bishop in a way that is hard for humans to understand. Right? It really does. It loves the bishop.
Yeah.
So, you give a human this position, they'll say it's better, but the computer just loves the bishop, man. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Will it even trade the bishop for a pawn? Will it even go into a pawn up rook ending? Or will it scoff? Will it say, my bishop is worth more than this?
So, okay, wait. Let's try a different idea here.
Yeah.
All right, this is ugly, but let's try knight c5.
Wow. Off in a direction. Okay.
Now, I gotta say, like, this... Okay, so in this case, if this is his idea, right? By the way, rook de1, your move looks great, but Fabi has more than one move here.
Yeah.
It's almost like an embarrassment of riches for Fabi at this point. But in any case, for your move, rook de1, I'm just trying to imagine like what dude has in mind.
Right.
And so if I'm going to create a narrative for black here, it's that the pawn on f6 was necessary to prevent bishop e5.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah.
By the way.
Rook d1 was played, dude. Nice. You get props for that one, Dave. You called it right away. You were like, what happens on rook de1?
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome to the dojo.
Sometimes we just see a weak square on your 7th rank and put our rook on an open file. That's it. You know? That's it.
Let's see. I'm not even... Okay, another move that looks really weird, but I guess I don't like it at all either. No, I just can't do it. For a second, I was like, maybe knight f8, but it's just too much, dude. It's just too much, even for me.
Knight f8 now? All right, here's a variation, David. Rook e7. Please don't hurt me. With which
rook
move?
e7.
With knight f8?
Knight g6. Yeah, so rook e7, knight g6. Rook c7, king b8.
Jesus.
That's right. That's the appropriate exclamation mark. And then does white have anything better than rook c4? No, you just play bishop g3 and laugh. You just play bishop g3 and laugh.
That's pretty boring, but yeah.
Welcome to the dojo.
See, this is what the computer was talking about with the bishops, right, Jesse? Just
dude,
bishop g3.
Angry dude. Yeah. And just to be dogmatic about it, like in our game position, the bishop, by the way, let's imagine the G pawn is gone. In that case, the bishop will control 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 squares, and the knight currently controls 6. And it's a big deal. It's a big deal. So, right, that's our game position. E1. I guess, okay, yeah, king's on c8. I guess knight c5 then, dude. I don't know. I at least don't see a forcing win for white yet on knight c5. I think that's probably, I mean, let's just talk brass tacks. If nothing else, I've got gf, rook h6, and it's like, oh, God, what have I done?
That's what I was about to tell you. I was like, you say white's not yet winning, but would rook h6 win?
I'm just trying to help black out. That's all I'm trying to do.
No, I understand. I understand. You're a nice guy. You're willing to see both sides of things. But that's the end. I mean, white's just all over black. Not to mention white's got the bishop. I mean...
Yeah.
I mean, you could lose this as a pure double rook ending, right?
True, yeah.
Like, take these pieces off the board for a second, right? I mean, what is black doing? We're threatening rook f6 and rook e7. It's not even clear which is worse. You know? So, I mean, I think we might be able to win this without the bishop, Jesse.
I hear you, dude. I hear you, yeah. Anyways, I'm just trying to understand. He moves so fast. It's like you got to have some kind of... Now, sometimes even, this happens to the dojo too. It happens to everybody. Like you do some deep prep, and then you get confused because the computer is telling you it's spitting out all kinds of madness, and you're like, wait, what about me? So yeah. Maybe 95. I don't know, man. That's ugly too, but I don't know. 95 says no. It's just terrible, dude. It's awful.
We've got a suggestion from chat, which I don't like at all, but we could put something else on the board, right? Is to trade on g5 and then play rook df8 so that black at least makes a threat.
Good move. Yeah, good move.
Yeah? You're cool with that?
But it's at least an idea, right? It's at least an idea. And,
okay, here's my idea.
Uh-oh. Okay.
First, we go to the 7th rank, right? Welcome to the dojo.
So he's going to have to take on f2.
He said he was going to take on f2, right? Welcome to the dojo!
Welcome to the dojo.
That's it for him. The dog is done.
The dog. Well, but besides rook f2, what else do we got though? Because if you allow him in with rook e7 unpunished, that's wait. Let me try one more thing. Wait, there's one more idea actually. Wait.
Yeah.
Not rook f2, but h6 first.
Yeah.
But however, on h6, white can calmly play bishop e3 or bishop h4.
Yeah.
And it's pure suffering.
That is agony. The bishop's coming from g5 here, right?
Okay, but I like bishop h4 better because I don't want king d8 to kick my rook off the 7th.
But you've got g7 right now for your rook, if you're worried about him.
I'm not worried about him. I'm not worried about winning the pawn. I want to just if I keep the rook on e7, it's over.
Okay.
See?
Yeah.
So
Fair enough. And this does let me do my plan of like rook here, the knight moves, and then the bishop comes back here. You know? And just mate.
And somebody's pointing out that instead of bishop h4, also rook d1, definitely a question mark. Definitely a question.
Yeah, that forces the knight to move, right? I don't think black can give you the doubled. Well, actually, no. Yeah.
That's toast, man. That's crispy critters.
No. So the knight's got to go. And it's got to go this way. If it goes to f6, it's allowing this move, right? Knight d5, some kind of miracle?
I mean, worst case scenario, you take the knight, then plop the other rook on d7 and say goodnight.
That's no miracle.
That's no miracle.
The only miracle is how easily the bishop wins in every position. So the knight heads off this way, I think, right?
Can I just say something like with Fabi? Like, when you hear him in the post-game interviews talk about openings, it's like a level of erudition that's just like, for example, did you hear the interview where he's talking about how with Elshan's game where he lost in 10 moves?
Yeah.
He's like, I saw the trap coming like from miles away. I saw that from miles away. Or when Rapport blew it against Nepo, he was like, I saw that coming from miles away.
Mm-hmm.
I saw it coming from miles away how he was going to screw this thing up. And it's like, oh man. And then so, and he's got all the sidelines, dude. And so, like, maybe your knight c3 was better or something, but this is just pain.
Yeah.
It's just pain, dude.
Ooh, black took on g5.
Yep. Well, at least white's move is easy to play.
Yeah. Whole position's a little bit easy to play.
Right? It's gone, dude. It's gone.
Now there's no covering this g3, c7 diagonal, right? Not just on our board, but like already once that f6 pawn is gone, it's like the c7 pawn can already just say like, well, I guess you don't care about me, I wonder.
All right, now let's try to imagine. Let's just try to imagine what is black's best defense. Let's try the knight f6 move again. Right?
Okay.
Let's try knight f6. I might have one small idea.
One more trick. Okay, knight here. Well, our first thought was rook coming down, right?
So, and by the way, David has a great trick here so that if rook d7, rook g7 is a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, I got an idea for us, David. Rook d7, rook g7, and can we try knight e4? No, so rook g7, take it on g7, and now knight e4.
You can't take it and play knight e4.
No, I'm not going to take it. You take it on g7. White's the one taking it on g7.
Yeah, I took on g7. You play knight e4.
Exactamundo. I'm just trying to help the guy out.
So I take here. That's my dojo moment. Oh my god. It's so good.
Welcome to the dojo.
It's just so good.
Wait a second, though. Rook takes g7.
Yeah.
So I'll play rook takes g7 after your fancy move.
Yeah. I have to take on
You
H8
could
unless
actually
I
take
want
on
to come to the dojo.
Oh yeah, you'll be welcome to the dojo if you take on G7.
Okay, king comes up.
King comes up, right? And I'm
Yeah.
gonna get one pawn, and I'm gonna get a little compensation. The question is, do I get enough?
Right. How do we want to play this? Well, I need a good move here, Jesse.
So one terrible thing for white is like if bishop b3, rook g2, we're threatening two things, both knight f2 and rook g1.
Mm-hmm.
So 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 we might want to. I don't know if white wants this, man. I don't know if white wants this one. This looks like wait a second. One more idea.
All right.
Well, how about this? Now, maybe this isn't winning. That's interesting. Also, let me just say rook d8 first. Let's say rook d8.
Okay.
And then king goes c6 or something.
Probably.
His choice.
Yeah.
And then bishop e3. Still no. What am I saying? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This still doesn't
You were
work.
thinking now you've got the mate covered, but we'd still have to defend f2 somehow.
I still gotta defend everything.
Yeah.
Okay, I take it back. You had an idea with bishop f4 or something.
I had a little bit of an idea. My idea was to discourage you from activating your rook by hopefully scaring you a little with rook h7. And, you know, I wanted to play a position like this, maybe.
And then like 94.
Yeah. And then... And what am I doing? I don't know.
What are you doing, boss? Let's go back a couple moves though, because this was just, I think white has other ways of doing it too. But at least there you can see like the technical problems for white.
Yeah.
That rook h7 was a powerful dojo move though, man.
So we'd be looking at something like this, right?
Right, and then on your fancy rook g7, we could play knight e4. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah. Now, what if white took on d7 here instead of being fancy? You take it with the king, right? And then here? Why didn't I just do this? Why am I always so fancy?
You're always too fancy, boss. Yeah, that's just over, dude.
This is just hell, right? There's always bishop d4 at some point. You know, you're gonna give the 7th rank and the pawn with check.
Yeah.
Ultimately.
I'm just trying to help him out, dude. I don't know.
I know.
Okay, let's see here.
You're a good guy.
I got one more idea. All right, let's go back to this position. So knight f6, rook e7. No, actually, it's just the more I look at it, it's just so nasty. No, I don't have an idea, dude.
Yeah. I mean, the rook on e7 is pretty crispy here.
Yep. Yeah. That's it, dude.
And that bishop can go anywhere. Woo! Holy moly. So, kids, don't play into opening traps on purpose from the wrong side. Just play some real opening. Don't do this to yourself. Don't do this to yourself.
He got so inspired when he beat Levon, dude, with that fancy pants, dude.
I know. He beat Levon with that. He's like, what else did NN try against Greco? Let me go through NN's greatest hits. Trot something else out.
Dude, so Wesley drew with Neiman now.
Yeah.
That's surprising.
Why so?
I would have expected Wesley to work the kid.
It says that
But
Wesley was down 50 minutes on the clock, so I guess Wesley had already worked.
yeah.
No. I mean, have you noticed, Jesse, what I've noticed, that Wesley is like the highest paid chess player per move in the world?
Oh, come on. You're just getting an attitude now, boss. You're
What?
just getting a bad attitude about it, man.
Okay.
Wesley's played a lot of long games, dude. He's
He's
played a
become
lot.
very efficient in the last 2 years, Jesse.
The man has persecuted some crazy end games. I think, to me, though, this is a sign that he is kind of done with the tournament.
Uh-huh.
Because if he still wanted, if you were ambitious, you would try to beat this kid. Because the position at it's just an interesting position for Black. There's nothing wrong with Black's position.
Mm-hmm.
Well, David, I got to run. Go take
Cool.
care of some chillins. It's been a beautiful time, and I'll say that when tomorrow morning I'm going to try to do. I've been doing these streams with the Dojo Aggressive Repertoire streams, and so in our Dojo database, so people have been submitting their own annotations. I'm finding loads of great annotations with the aggressive repertoire. So I'm just like covering those games, putting them in the database. Boom.
So I need to
All right, man.
I need to rewatch it and study that stuff.
Yeah. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Jesse. Take care.
Bye.
Well, that worked out perfectly for Jesse, right? Because we're looking at Fabi's game, and it's a sweet little end game. This is right up Jesse's creek here. He loves this. Some little touches, and then how to use the bishop. He could give this position to some morons one day for an endgame sensei or something and laugh at them. GCT seems to think that Sam is stomping you. If that's so, I can't tell. I look at that game and I don't know what's happening. And we could look at it at some point if you guys aren't all down with the endgame massage here, but I think this is pretty emphatic for an endgame. It's not that gentle, and it's not going to be that long. Black's king looks like it's in trouble. Yes, it looks extremely precarious for Black. Yes, I agree with all those things. But I don't know that anybody's winning yet or anything like that. Sorry about the crinkling. But the best time to eat your kids' cookies is when they're in school. So it's got to happen. Rook F8 was played. Bobby didn't even look at F3 or nothing. Rook E7. Oh, this is good, folks. This is going to be good. Rook E7. The game's almost over. And one nice thing about today is anyone who did not appreciate the 7th rank in the past is going to appreciate it after watching this game, where it's all about just putting the rook on the 7th. all about the rook on the 7th. So now you're going to appreciate that that is a big deal. When you see how this game goes. Knight b6 played. Okay. I'd give it more like 3% Merles, so yeah. Almost no chance. Jesse might even give it 1%. I don't know, it's really low. At least we know one chess is not using an engine, because an engine would give a much higher number than that. So from here, the knight can at least keep this rook from ever coming here. If the wonder had gone to like an unstable square like this, then Fabi can kick the knight off at some point and put a second rook. Is that real trying to learn? A Netflix show with a wonder? I don't think that's real. Okay. Not obvious what white should do next right here. You want to take, you want this, and you want this, but it stops rook h7. Let's have a look at this first. So the idea is, I'm just looking at a direct line first, right? Of course, f3 and bishop e3 are reasonable moves as well. But the simplest is we look to just double on the 7th rank and try to win from there. And h6 looks like a saving grace for black in this position, right? right here. All right, so that attempt is sort of more or less refuted, right? That's takes, and then just trying to bring the second rook. Now another thing we could try here is bishop h4 in this position. Here the idea is to use this bishop. Actually, there's one other interesting move White could play here also, which is rook d1. I mean, it's pretty funky. It's really operating just with tactics, but you're stopping knight d5 and knight d7, right? And if black takes here, this tactic is kind of the idea. So, let's see here. Here, I think like black would have to try c6 themselves preemptively there. Trying to prepare knight d5, right? And we have to go here now. Similar to without rook there and there. I'm not sure that rook d1 helps, so let's just go look at it this way. Bishop h4 here. Rook g7 is your least favorite of the three candidate moves. So you'd like to play one of the moves that doesn't let the rook off of f8. Yeah, we just have to look at the most... The order in which I would calculate in a game, Foos, is that I would look at the sort of direct tactical way first. Yeah? So bishop here. Rook here. Bishop g3. Okay. So I've calculated that rook g2 loses to rook g7 to rook c7 check. Right here, this is losing. If you go in this direction, white can take here and take the rook, right? Or you can come out and walk the plank like this, and yeah, I mean, ultimately, this will lose as well for black. In some way, we're threatening rook b8 to win the rook. This bishop can move away somewhere. The a pawn can't be saved. The king might get mated at some point. So, so we can't try rook g2 here. That's not a big surprise, but we're just being careful and looking at everything. So bishop here. The main move is going to be knight d5, right? Now we're just going to attack that knight. And is there any like plausible defensive move there? Oh, sorry. If anybody is watching on Chess TV,
The only game you lost is like
Sorry if I missed any questions. Okay, we're okay. Oh, we've got another draw. Xiong Aronian already agreed to a draw. I expected that for sure. Knight E7. Uh-huh. Okay. Uh-huh. Ray's game, I wouldn't be able to say that just yet. I think Lenderman's position's okay, but I wouldn't yet say that it's like clearly going to drawing land. It looks kind of complicated. Might have to check it. But Ray's game is not obvious to me. So it's looking a little bit messy, a little bit hard to win, right? Like, I mean, there's all kinds of options to try and keep pressing. White's got, you know, a position. We always have to calculate this move, which I'm not sure about. So, yeah, let's maybe go look at some other options now that we've seen that this is at least not easy. There's no straightforward knockout. So let's consider our other options for white here. I think I see that king d1, rook takes g2, bishop e5 looks very dangerous. Oh no, maybe not. Yeah, maybe that's a good defense too. Maybe that's a good defense too. Okay, so we're here, and it's white to play. Fabi's been thinking for like maybe 15 minutes on this move, actually, right? 10 or 15 minutes we've been pondering this as well. The bishop's coming from here. Okay, so what's most obvious of the defensive moves? Maybe f3 would be the most obvious one of those. Now, rook takes g7 is a real threat. And I think the only move that stops rook takes g7 is h6. Am I missing anything? That makes it seem like bishop h4 would have been better last move, huh? Because like h6, we're going to end up playing this move anyway, right? Well, I don't know. Maybe we just want our pawn on f3 anyway. Maybe it's not. Okay, does black have moves other than f6 here? I don't think so. So h6, bishop h4. So now this becomes sort of the main. Well, I guess there's going to be knight d5. So g5. Bishop here. Knight d5. g7. Now the threat is c4. b5? Knight f4. Oh, c4 is not even really a big threat because this knight can go here. Bishop d2, huh? This knight f4 move could go a long way towards holding. Interesting, foes. So with your bishop on d2, if black plays g5, you can just go attack these pawns instead of attacking the king, huh? You play a move like this, and you forget about the king. Is that right? Figius, I expect white to eventually win this game. Or not even that eventually. I expect white to break through. The bishop's better than the knight, and the rook is on the 7th rank. White has two advantages, either of which on its own would be enough to really torment the opponent, and the two together should be winning. I would kind of expect Magnus to lose with black here as well. Yeah. I might give him more than a 3% chance, but I like Fooz's bishop d2 idea because I'm not sure what black's supposed to do. Maybe here, so that the bishop doesn't get loose like that. It's a solid looking move. Yeah, that's solid. I think they did calculate Drittman on a previous move. Like they planned for it. So they'd already calculated knight f7, rook f8, knight h8, rook f4, and the knight on h8 can't get out, and it's a sort of equalish endgame. Yeah. We think that a Wonder may have even known the idea, possibly. We had a couple people in chat who knew the idea / position. This looks like a pretty tough defense. Now I would just play like b3 so that I can contest the knight with c4. Black could trade a pair of rooks. Might help a little bit. Can we even do this? Wow. Another advantage of the like tucked bishop on d2. Just scoot away like this and keep the pressure on. Yeah. Still looks like a draw to one chess and still looks like a win to white, to me. Okay, let's look at another candidate move and get a sense of it. So we're here. Let's look at bishop h4 as another move. So primary threat is to take. First instinct is the black defends it like this, right? Knight f6 holds the pawn. And black's sort of in the game. I mean, still worse, but... If a 1200 had this against Liang, who would win? Liang. I mean, Fabi's calculating really far. This is a really critical moment. I think I would probably lose from both sides of this endgame against Fabi. I think I could lose from either side. The skill gap is really, really big. If I had white against a Wonder, I'd like to think I wouldn't lose with this big an advantage. But there's a lot of room. There's a lot of room to have different levels of skill. So that's bishop h4, rook g8, bishop g3, knight d5. Maybe prevent knight to d5. I guess again black could try rook e8 in response, right? Yeah. I think rook e8 might hold it together. Yeah, I think rook e8 sort of holds against that. This rook's here. Bishop e3, knight d5. Rook takes, knight takes, pawn takes, and the question is how good is white there? Feels like white's really quite good there. Oh no, rook d8 saves it in this move order. So b3. Now there's no time to develop this rook because of takes. I can play this. I can't give you a clear answer on this one, I'm afraid. Yeah, this one feels like kind of 50-50 to me. I'm not very confident about it. But, is that what you think black would do against bishop e3? What other options would there be against bishop e3? Could black just defend this pawn somehow? No, they couldn't. That's why you guys are playing bishop e3, huh? There's no normal move to defend the pawn here. This rook to g8, you drop this, and this one is just too ugly. And pawn's gone anyway. So bishop e3, knight d5, rook g7, knight e3 would kind of be almost forced with that, and you get that weird rook ending that's hard to evaluate. It's another difficult option for Fabi to evaluate. Let me look at that again for 1 second. He's taken on g7. You see how tough this rook endgame is that I was looking at? Pretty tough, right? I think you've solved it in the last move here, Scour Power, yeah. Yeah, Fabi's into time trouble now. 13 minutes for 20 moves. So you want to do this now so that the king can escape to d1 if it's getting checked. And black has to back off to stop the checkmate. So that should do it. All right, so the choice comes in. Fabi trades a pair of pawns and opens up the 7th rank a bit more. That means it's harder to chase the rook out. There's less to eat there eventually. So rook g7, rook f2. And bishop h4. So with bishop h4, he's looking to likely play bishop g3. We saw this position before, and what we looked at was the move rook e2 for black here, which had an important detail that when white chases the knight, it can block the 7th rank on e7, defended by the rook. It's one important detail about rook e2. But we didn't really look very hard for, like, you know, every candidate move for white and black through this position. So there may be something else that makes more sense than that. I don't rightly know. And after rook e2, there may be moves for white other than bishop g3, which we looked at, right? Like, I think, for example, we haven't looked at rook d1 there, trying to cut off knight d5. So there's still a lot to explore here. We got into it like a little bit, but not super, super thorough. Is bishop f6 bad? Well, right now black needs to move the rook off f2, and then if rook e2, okay, if rook e2 is this move, may be clever. Oh, that move could be really clever there, yeah. Maybe black has knight d5 in response with some real drawing chances, but like, for example, against this move, rook takes. Too clever, right? White's got back rank mate if black takes the bishop, and now white's got the jump on c7. And unless black can go knight d5, covering this, and if you move the bishop, give their own back rank mate. Knight here. Oh my goodness. That would be insane. The tactics here actually get completely crazy now to me. I would consider this move next. Forcing this, probably, because still if rook takes going for the back rank mate, you've got here. So here, here. Now we're being saved by the knight temporarily stopping this checkmate itself. Oh, but after king d8, the rook's hanging and we can't go to d7. So now we have to try this move. The idea of takes. Knight d7 saves the queen side. The idea for white was to take this and this. And black could get g2, but rook and 3 pawns against rook and knight would probably win. 3 connected passers like that. But here, cutting the rook off, and white will struggle to draw this position. So this won't be good. Something about king d1 in chat. If rook e2, king d1, you guys want to see? Well, it was an interesting suggestion of bishop f6, no? I mean, I thought that was a pretty cool idea. Bishop f6 with the idea of, you know, playing rook c7 and taking it, or taking here at some point. But okay, chat says king d1. Oh, you're saying tactically in that line. In their line. Okay, so you're saying bishop f6, rook here, rook takes, shocking knight d5, and then you've got your own shocker coming here. And then when this moves, there won't be checkmate anymore and you can save the bishop. Here, 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 all still with some chances for white. Yeah, okay. So this suggestion of bishop f6 could be interesting. Another suggestion we had was king d1. I think think there I was afraid of black going active. My idea for black is to play knight c4 next move. Nice one, Scour. Yeah, white would definitely keep some chances here with rook e1. He's thinking quite a lot here, so there may be a square other than rook e2 to consider. Right? I mean, for a wonder to be deep in the tank like this. I'm going to go grab my soup and I'll be right back. Oh, and it was not rook e2. It was not rook e2. Man, and there's some unpredictable move here. Rook here. Bishop e7. I guess he's using the tempo to get the pawn? Is that it? Just using that tempo to get that pawn. Was bishop g3 nothing special? Knight d5, c4? Sorry, instead of like commenting on the game, I'm catching up because I've been making soup. But, did anybody in chat already figure it out? Like why bishop g3 wouldn't have crushed black? I mean, it also threatens h7, but rook c7? Yeah, we were still on the other line, rook e2 and stuff, right? Tempo is the soul of chess. That's right, for Twitch. That's the new soul of chess. It used to be pawns, and now it's tempo. Shanky versus you. It's a bad day to be a king on that board. Murad Yabadi is putting up a tough fight against Schwierz. Let's just also quickly grab our full view because I want to see how all the games are going. So Robson against Lenderman. Completely don't understand the move bishop d1, but let's just say it's a technical position. Still acceptable for Lenderman. Dominguez versus Sevian looks like a draw still, so that one I got right. Definitely a draw. Ah, there's the move knight f4 again. Thank you, Vraska. Thank you. Schwierz against Murad Yabadi. I guess White still has some pressure, but Elshon's hanging in quite well so far. I think if he can trade... Oh, but then he can't get there quite on time. Interesting. Then Shanklin Yu looks pretty exciting. Like, that would be the other game I would want to look at. A game that's, you know, likely going well for White so far, but I don't know that it's clear. But really messy. That, I would say Shanklin versus Yu probably has the highest chance of a decisive result today, right? Of any of the games we're looking at this point. Like, even Black could win as well as White. All right, let's go back to our game. So bishop g3, suggestion of knight d5. And then if c4, knight f4. Right? And it's not easy. I mean, for either side, you know, White's not out of ways to try to win. Right? If the knight moves, c7's hanging. So White could still play rook h7 here, right? Or White could play rook here, knight here, rook takes. I don't know. I don't know if you want to throw in this or not. You know, something like this, right? All of this is still playable and not easy to figure out for either side. So, but yeah, knight d5 to f4 is an important resource there for Black. In the game, Fabi chose bishop e7, rook to e8, and you would think his main reason would be to take on h7 now, right? I mean, he's really taking a lot of time as Fabi. You would think, why else did he do any of this? Yeah, Ray still has life in the position, but he doesn't really have any advantage, and the position's simpler than Shanklin versus you. Decisive games partly come from mistakes, right? And the Shanklin Yu game, you could imagine both players making like 4 blunders in this game, potentially. I mean, more likely only 1 or 2, but it's possible, right? And then you look at Lenderman Robson, and you would say 1 blunder would be the maximum, right? The absolute maximum. So. That's why I would say the Shanklin Yu game has the highest percent chance statistically, you know, if you play these games out thousands of times, the highest percent chance of a decisive result. Next highest would probably be Caruana Liang, which we have been watching, right? Extra pawn for Fabi that he's just pocketed. Yum. And I still got the bishop against the knight, and he's still got a rook on the 7th. I mean, he's just doing very well, right? How much more does anybody want, right? Rook has to come to h2. Oh, because he's going to trade and play rook g8? Well, rook on h2 is not correctly on the 7th rank for white. Oh my goodness. That's a big deal. I can see the shape of a draw now suddenly. Oh my god. What? Oh my goodness. Yeah, compared to this, the bishop g3 line was like, essentially like this. Like, black has to just keep defending the knight for this. But as Icy Sun points out, in my variation, I was probably hanging 92 like 6 different times. Probably, right? Well, this is a mess. And chat says there will be knight d5 even. And then you go somewhere. And then knight f4. g3 at least covers knight e2. Knight g6. I guess you could let black do this, right? Start bringing the king here. Nah, you can't let the white king get way ahead of you. Oh, how the tournament went? Sorry, the tournament was a couple weeks ago. I've shared some of the games on stream. Actually, all of the games on stream. How it went for me? Great. I had a great time. Played 7 games, all of which were interesting, I think. Yeah, I think 7 for 7 were interesting. My opponents were really good. They weren't high rated, but by my standards, they were really good. It was really tough every round, except maybe the last round. Maybe I had one slightly easy game. I had a goal going into the tournament to play one good game where I calculated, as opposed to a good end game, and I achieved that goal too. So overall, it was just a huge pleasure. You wanted to drive there, but you were too shy to say hello? Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I only make it to one tournament a year, so. We have to take advantage. I can't bother being scared. I have to just play my heart out, and you can't bother being shy. You just have to seize everything you can get. I'm not playing the North American Open. Nope. I'm negotiating towards maybe playing a tournament in Concord in January. I'm not sure what it's called, but it's a Continental Chess Glitchburg tournament over MLK weekend in Concord. I have a baby expected in November, so I can't play, a Thanksgiving tournament or probably Christmas tournament. Will be too soon. Yeah. Yeah. There's no way you didn't know that, Dripman. You didn't know that yet? I feel like you're always on stream and it's been mentioned 20 times. There's no way you missed it. Yeah, it's not news. Not news. Even my partner knows she's pregnant. Do I play in the National Open in Vegas since COVID is over? I played it last year, Tunda Mike. So I've played it once since COVID was over. I used to play it a lot. That's true. Yours is probably still like 19 months away, right, Dripman? Your baby? This position here would be that I have on my analysis board is sort of playable. I don't really know. The live position, I wonder is still thinking about before playing Rook G8. That's interesting because Rook G8 looks very desirable, but maybe the move Knight D5 is a real move as well. Who knows? Like, does Knight D5 spoil anything? The bishop's got to pick somewhere to go, right? And if it goes somewhere like this, then yes, you have Rook G8 still, right? But you might also have Rook E2. So a wonder might have more than one promising variation here to try and get the game into the range of a draw. You think he's thinking about Knight C4, huh? I'm just expecting 4 Dripman in the future. They're pre-pregnant. I'm just preparing to welcome Dripman into the fatherhood at some point. This will be my 3rd kid. 3rd and last, I think. 3rd and goal. And I will be sure to never do a single thing in my life that Musk does. They will now outnumber us, yeah. They already frequently outnumber me because my partner works. Yeah, XA15 or whatever. Knight d5 was played. And if we thought rook g8 looked good, and a wonder saw rook g8, this move's probably going to be even better. What's going on? How is a wonder going to save this game? The dog is definitely one of the kids for now. So, yeah. Good thing you didn't, Vertwitch. Good thing you didn't. Okay, so Fabi put the bishop on g5, covering knight e3, and on rook e2, played rook h2. When is any of this going to dig out? I don't know. I don't know. He's dreaming. He's dreaming, I guess. There is a 30-minute delay ton to Mike for everybody on the U.S. Championship moves. I can't imagine how you ever get these out. Ah, never mind. King here, rook here, bishop here. Oops. Bishop d2. And then eventually king e1. Rook back and woo! Go, go, go! That's Fabi's dream right now. Crazy dream, Fabi. Don't tell us the evaluations from an engine, Tunda Mike, please. Or anybody. If anybody's using an engine, keep it to yourself. We don't want second-hand engine, please. It spoils all the interest of watching games. Knight e3, bishop e3, rook h1, rook g3, rook g1. Huh? Cheers, Cross. So far, it seems almost everybody does. We've had basically... Yeah, I can't remember seeing a single person come in and say, ugh, I don't want to see your analysis on this board. Just use another analysis board. So he's playing this move against c4. But I think he may have misperceived Fabi's intentions here with this move. Fabi wasn't going to open the second rank more for this rook, because then he can't get it out. And look how fast Fabi played his next move, king d1. And if rook f2, I think it's going to be this. Making room for king here. I think that's the idea. Do you want to keep the bishop on g5 if possible? Yes, Skibix. The bishop's pretty good on g5. d2 is about equally good at this point, though. It contains the knight. Now it's out of the way for a quick g-pawn push at some point. So, yeah, I mean, you want the bishop somewhere where it's containing the knight, like d2, g5, that kind of square. Last move, did a wonder have another interesting move here? What would have happened then? Hi, Karen. Probably white would just do this, huh? Sorry, here. I don't know for sure what the evaluation would be on that. It's probably an important option. Rook h8 to d8 t8 wins. I was wondering about that. Let's try it. Getting control of this square. I wondered if this would win with then like rook here, here. Yeah, I guess it just does. Huh. I wondered that in my head, but then I was like, oh, that's going to be hard to calculate. This is easier to calculate. So lazy. So lazy. I don't know in which position Foos. In all the positions I've had, the bishop's been covering knight e3, so there wasn't rook g2 allowed just yet. Yeah, a wonder was a rarity not just for Wisconsin, but for the whole country, right? I mean, he's one of the youngest grandmasters of his generation. Heck, even in the world, he's been one of the top 20 juniors for some years. But yeah, Wisconsin doesn't have like the concentrated chess scene that you've got in New York, Texas, St. Louis, or California. I guess would be the 4 hottest spots for chess in the US. Yeah, I think you're right, Boss Tipsel. Shanklin is trying to trap use queen here. Let's take a quick look. Queen f1 has just been played, and the idea is to defend the rook in order to play rook g6. So like if rook here, for example, rook here, pawn here, and the queen is lost on the file. And if the queen moves, then the idea is to play rook takes rook and attack the queen. I guess rook c4 is a bad example, so let me delete that. But what move can I play for black? b6 is a move that does nothing, right? Queen f1, b6. So then Sam wants to go rook g6 here, and then like this, right? Winning the rook. b5's just been played, and I don't see how that stops Sam's move. Rook g6 played. B takes C4 played, just giving the queen and not resigning. Yu is a kid, but he's 15 now. He's not this little. Is COVID still a big thing in the U.S.? I mean, Skibix at my last tournament, I played with a mask the whole time. I think it was... Was it required? No, I think it wasn't required, but most people were wearing masks in the tournament. But when you walk around on the street, very few people in California are wearing masks now. No, the players pick their own pictures. I think. All right. Shvir and Moradiabadi agreed to a draw. Absolutely right. I think Shanklin might play bishop e4, defending this pawn before taking the queen. Or he might just give a Chris, like, a why aren't you resigning look. I wonder, still thinking about where to move the rook after king d1 in the game with Fabi. Let's just see what happened here. The king got out of the way. Rook took over space. So he blockaded this pawn in order to be able to play the move h6 and open the file against the king. So the queen tucked herself in here, partly to stop white from attacking the king. But then the queen became white's target, right? She was trapped. Oh, nice move d5. Sam kept the rook from coming to the rescue. Sets up rook g6. Now, no matter how many times you defend it, even with knight e7 or whatever, you can still just play rook g6. Yeah. Okay, so that game's going Sam's way. Let's go to the bird's eye again. We can see all the positions and what's going on. We've got Sevian technically down a pawn. At first, I didn't even realize that when I was glancing across the boards, because I was just thinking opposite colored bishops, you know, queens came off, the game's a draw. But then I realized, like, okay, the b5 pawn's on a light square where the bishop can attack it. So white can attack these. If these pawns were on b6, c5, and whites were on b5, c4, and no one could attack the other person's pawns, it would be a dead draw. Here he's playing g5. He's going to look to trade one pawn or lock up the whole king side so a king can't get through. I think Sevian should still draw this pretty easily. We've got Sam winning against Chris Yu. And Caruana maybe winning against a Wonder. Those are the games I thought were most likely for some to win. And then we've got Robson and Lenderman still playing this technical game. It's going to go a while. It's going to go a while. Wow, look at Sam's move, king c1. Just like the queen's trapped. Plays an ultra safe move. Or an ultra precise move, sorry. So he's willing to trade the d5 pawn for the c4 pawn. Or something else. Shanky's definitely winning this game. Let me go to Robson and Lenderman for 1 second. I think they might be repeating moves. Let's just back up a few moves and see what's happening. They've repeated once. One more and it'll be done. Oh, yeah? Let's see what he played in the opening. Oh, wait. This is a different game. This is a Slav. Ray down to 8 minutes. Is he going to take the draw, or does he have something to play for here? So. Can he play A5? Take that square away? You take my squares away. Take my squares away. He did it. He did it. And I barely looked at this board. I had no idea what was going on. The only thing I checked was whether or not Lenderman could expand this pawn, right? Right, going after this, and bishop f7 wins for white. That's the only thing I calculated. And then he played it. Take my squares array. Very good, Braska. Could even be array, right? With all these dark squared pawns and a light squared bishop, there's no square Ray can't take away. But how is he ever supposed to win here? That is quite a question. He might need to put the bishop here. Play g4, g5 to take away one more square from the knight at the risk of opening up his king a bit. Send the knight back. Put the bishop on d5 and then use either the b or d file to infiltrate and start going after f7. It's a tough one. You can also eventually play h5 to open up this king a little bit. That's where you have your extra pawn. But playing g5 can make it harder to play h5 without hanging the g pawn. Oh, it's true. There is an idea where you put a pawn on a6 and a bishop on b7, and then you could attack this pawn that's cut off from the rest of the board. That would be like Antarctica on a7. That would be a matrix, yeah. Now, there's still a lot left to play. So much left to play, Ray. So much left to play. Let's do it, Ray. Let's win this game. Don't you know Fabi's also winning? F3 is going to be very, very risky here in any case. But yeah, he's definitely restricting the knight, Goko fan. Okay, so plans. We can go g4, g5 to restrict the knight more. Or we could go h5 to try and open up the king. Or we could just put the bishop on c4 and then try and take one of these files and see if we can't get to d8 or b8. Yeah. That looks pretty... I mean, somewhat worrisome, you know, something to worry about. I guess there's the question, does black want to trade queens? We're going to find out because Ray has just played queen c4. He really wants his queen there, not the bishop. Isn't that unusual, folks? That's true. With the bishop on c4, you're always threatening queen g6 as well. So you can maybe force the king to choose a direction. In one way, it might... On f8, there will be back rank mates. On h8, it'll be far away from the center. And it won't be protecting f7 anymore. Interesting that he plays queen c4, right? If black trades queens, I mean, it's the rook and bishop versus rook and knight. Maybe an issue is that white's king would come into play much faster than black's, right? Like, this is not happening, right? But maybe a problem is this king coming into the game, right? You know, this king's getting there way faster than this one. In fact, rook d8 will send this king to the North Pole. I mean, if a7 is Antarctica. So, something like this. I mean, I guess you could try to hold the king out this way. But now you can't play f6, right? So now the king can come in this way. So maybe there's like a specific problem. I don't know how lost in general the rook and knight versus rook and bishop is here. I'm not sure. But there may be an issue that if you force the trade here, the white king is just coming and is hungry. That's true. We normally use Siberia because of the Soviet history on chess. And that line where I put the knight on d6, of course there's other moves that might be better, right? Like when I played this, you know, maybe black can just hold the position of the knight. You know? I don't know for sure. I've almost mated my own king. So good is the wall that black has built in front of me and the wall that I've built behind me. On king f3, the knight d2. Oh, you want to head over here and grab that, right? Yeah, maybe so. King in Siberia, but the pawn's keeping him warm. Something like this. Now white has to put like the bishop on c2 and try and make a mating net somehow. I don't know, with the g pawn and the h pawn. Or the king? The king himself? Technically, you can set up a mate. Technically, you can set up a mate. But okay, queen d8's been played. That's their position. Chris Yu has resigned, so we've got our first decisive result of the day. The rook was on g6 for a move. Finally took the queen. Queen g2, threatening g6. Doesn't stop queen g6. Threatens mate in 1. I don't know what's going on there. But okay. A tough game for Chris with black against Shanky. Someone said his opening looked pretty weird. Let's see if we can see it. Bishop b4, a5. Yeah, that looks a little bit funky. Oh yeah, that is funky. I like bishop g5. Finding a weakness. Oh yeah, and then going for it. Tries to stop bishop h7. Decides to allow it after all. He's like, I'll stop bishop h7. Psych, I'll allow it. What the heck is this? I mean, I guess it's like you can only hold off these weaknesses so long, right? Having played f6 to stop bishop g5. Now you have to play f5 to stop this. Now white's got the plan of bishop g5 again, or knight g5 e6. I think his opening is probably trash-driven. That would be my guess. If you could put this knight on e4, so there are scenarios where you can make it work, but you can't play knight d7 without bishop f5, right? So you never get to e4. I think it looks bad. And this was slightly surprising from Sam, because I thought Sam would just, you know, play bishop g6 and h3 or something. Trying to be able to go after this. But I mean, in general, Sam's Yeah, I mean, it looks like Sam's probably winning. These pieces are sort of locked over here for the moment. Sam's temporarily up a pawn. There are ways to win it back, but it's always going to be trade-offs for something else. And this king's always going to be really weak. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily understand what was happening through much of the game, but it looked like a pretty bad opening to me. You know, some interesting little tidbits in this bishop of opposite color endgame. Bringing this bishop around to f3. Here he played g5. If he eventually loses it, he may regret not having like tried to keep. Well, how can he keep the bishop out of c6? Huh? Oh yeah, he didn't really have any choices. No, he did. I think the one way to keep the bishop out of f3 for the moment is to check the king. Right? Make the king block in its own bishop. And the point is, if the king backs up, if it goes not to one of the two squares in red, because those squares block the bishop, if it goes to any other square, black can go bishop e3. And just attack all white's pawns from behind. You could go here to at least cover bishop d2, right? Like this. And then g3. But now this is a much better version than Sevian got in the game, right? Because you're taking apart more pawns here. Or maybe just trade things. What do we care? Right? So now we've got a question in the chat. Why did I first think of this move and then not do it to cover c6? The reason is when this bishop comes here, if you're covering c6, you can't cover d5 because white's got this square. So you can only cover one or the other, which means white's still going to be able to come in, attack these from behind, make some kind of threats. You're going to be into passivity now. This way the bishop got out before the king got checked. And so this king is able to control this bishop from coming in, but black can't stop this bishop from coming in. So there's danger here that white could play g3, h4 with the king covering all the attacks and go bishop d5 to h8, g8, then attack these pawns from behind. You know, you can try and save this pawn to h6, maybe even this pawn to g5, but this one you can't save. It's already on a light square. So there's definitely real danger in that position for black. That's why it looks to me like bishop b6 really clear that this move had to be played here. Because if the white king goes to f3 or e2, then white's not threatening anything. And if the white king goes back anywhere, bishop e3. You know, so I think this was like a very important precision for Sevian to play. He went for trading pawns here and going after this, right? And now what Sevian wants to do is bishop b5, bishop here, check, king moves, and then you can't stop bishop c3. But clever move from Dominguez to put a little bit of danger on Sevian's radar as he brings the king over to defend the c3 pawn. And now, when he comes back, he's threatening bishop f7. So he tries to keep him out of there. Now you see he's putting a little bit of pressure on him. He wants to go here where he's going to threaten f5 and g8. Sevian's going to have to let the f5 pawn go, I think, recognizing that it doesn't really matter too much. But it does give the white king inroads later on. He's going to always be keeping his eye on this pawn. Okay, that's an interesting idea, Mato. So you're saying king f3 to stop this. And then you've got a plan of g3, bishop here, bishop here, bishop here, and eventually king e2, still keeping e3 under guard and letting the bishop out. So that's a 5-step plan. That gives me more time as black, right? To go h6, g3, g5, bishop here. Maybe bring the king forward. Am I going to set up a helpmate for white? Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. So now let's try takes, takes, and then here. Oh, but you can play bishop g2 before moving the king. You don't have to play king e2 first. Yeah, it's a pretty cool plan, Mato. Let's try takes. Let's try Scour suggestion to take, and go here. So idea bishop h4, bishop e1. Here. Here. Here, 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 takes, here, takes. Oh! What? That's an endgame study. That's an endgame study right there. Check. Now, can white still win this? If you take here, this pawn goes. Maybe with this move we can hold. Oh, or simpler, Scour, yeah, just king d5 and go pick up this one. I think with this we've got a positional draw. The white king can't come around and do anything. We just hold the position because there's check if it comes here. Yeah, okay. That was all very close, right? Very close. Very close. Okay, so we get here, bishop e5, king d5, bishop e8, king there, bishop here. So he's going to play bishop h7. And this pawn is going to be hard to defend. He'll have to play king f7, bishop takes here. Oh, man. This is pretty scary. And feel glee. That's not every master, you know, that depends. That depends. But that is true of me. I do enjoy an endgame. So anyway, there's still a little something in this position for Dominguez to chew on, you know? So Sevian's still got to be careful with where this game is going. Now let's get to our main, let's get back to our main event after some digressing. So when we left off, it looked like here on my board. Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong thing. Sorry, folks. There we go. Okay. When we left off, it looked like this. King d1 attacking the rook. Now you can see the live position below me, but we'll reconstruct how it got there and sort of see what we can think of it. Rook d1, rook e4. And on this move, a wonder spent 12.5 minutes. That's why that was the moment where we went and looked around at all the other boards. Also because that was where I saw out of the corner of my eye that Shanklin was about to win the game. Yeah, Elshon's okay. Held a draw as far as... Is there a reason Elshon wouldn't be okay? Oh, losing so much. Gotcha. Yeah, he played well today. No signs of, of tilt or negative feelings or anything like that. So we got rook e4. Look at that. Bishop d2. We talked about whether that would generally be a good square for the bishop. One thing, like g5 is good also, right? But here you're also fighting for squares where these pawns might go, and you're out of the way of the g-pawn. So if black ever, goes on some kind of mission, it can start sprinting. So that kind of makes bishop d2 really nice. King d7, g3, reconnecting the rook with some more of the board. Rook g4, okay, back into the little hermit cave. Rook h3. a5, king squeaks out a little bit. Knight b4. Well, that's a very interesting moment. Because knight b4 was played and Fabi did not take and then go for the rook and pawn ending. But I hadn't known till this point what they thought of that rook and pawn ending. I'd been wondering. I would be wondering. I'd been wondering. No, Ray did not flag. He made time control, and the 30 minutes haven't been added yet. But Ray's position looks good to me. Looks good to me. It looks like he's in control. Maybe the issue is that with this pawn here, says Scour, the rook can get really fast counterplay like this. King here, rook here, rook here though. How's the counterplay coming? This king better get over, because I think if I play this, you can resign. That looks like the shape of a win. So king here, g4. This looks really tough to me. This looks really tough to me here. They've got some moves coming on the live board below. For those who just want to know what's happening, you can just follow over there. Yeah, this looks really tough. So it's interesting. I've been thinking that maybe he didn't play knight e3 before because he was thinking that the rook and pawn ending was winning. So now he goes knight b4 in this position here, and white doesn't take it. Even though two pawns are attacked. There's a lot of things to make you think that you got to take this knight. So Fabi played bishop f4 as soon as the knight came off that square, and now he's starting here and here. So bishop f4, king, rook g7 to cover the second rank. Rook h5 going after these two pawns. So if the knight takes one pawn, Fabi's going to get two, I think. It's interesting. I was calculating c3. Can we trap the knight? Can we keep it from taking? But no, he goes here. King c6, a4. Now, knight c2. would have been interesting. A wonder just took on a4 already. It's hard to keep up with them now. They're at move 35. They'll get another half hour in 5 moves. But yeah, we're gonna try and answer that question exactly, Kane. Knight here. If the king like comes after the knight's got a square, right? And pawn takes pawn, blocks your rook on the 5th rank. Maybe king d2. Then knight d4. You know, king whatever, there's knight e2, king here, there's rook here. Okay, well, let's just try with what we got. Takes, here, here, kicking the knight, knight check, and I'm going to go here for Fabi. So the idea is going to be to try and use rook h6 and or bishop e3 to push that king back. And just, you know, come up the board with the king. And slowly outplay this position. Right? Okay, so maybe that's why the pawn wasn't taken on c2, but here was played. Takes, takes, takes. He's trying to trap the knight. King d5, trying to give it an out. Wait, but the knight can't come out? No, it can. Okay. I was just seeing something like bishop here, like knight d4, rook d4, king d4, bishop on the diagonal. I don't know, like, not keeping up with the board. Okay, so here it is. Fabi's move 36. King d3, knight e1. King d2, knight d4. Rook a7 could be another move. Or maybe king d3 and the knight doesn't have a way out, maybe? Hang on. King here, check. Well, there's always rook e7 also. What is Fabi doing here? It's led to a lot of pawn trades, this knight hopping. I mean, if there's a good move here that I don't see, that could really change things. Here, check, here. Okay, so he freezes the knight out this way, doesn't run into this. The knight's behind the game at this point and does need to get back at some point. He's probably threatening rook a7 now. Knight g2. Knight chases. That makes sense. And it stops rook a5, c5, bishop e3 completely, just in case. So, rook a5, c5, the bishop could escape like on b8. Right? But I'm not a big fan of that idea. I think rook d4. Nope, he plays this one. Rook d4, I was curious what that might do. Maybe just king here and it wasn't going anywhere either. He's played here. I think we'll see c5, bishop b8, I think is what would be associated with this. Oh, there's also c5, b4. Is there? Let me just check. c5, b4, you guys are asking that too. Okay, so the king comes in. And that also leaves the bishop's diagonal blocked. Another candidate move for Fabi here is rook to g5. And it might even be a candidate move as rook e5, king f3, rook g5. Bishop g5 might be a move as well here. It's probably a draw Wrath of Gods. I'm just saying it's something you could calculate. Because the knight can't get back into the game easily, so white can play king d4, b4, b5 in that position. So for example, this position here, 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 takes, here. This is a draw, like this, here, 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 etc. But if white doesn't defend this and plays like here, 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 then this position is a loss for black. Black can't go into this king and pawn ending because here it's winning. So there could be, like, I don't think that white has a win, but you can calculate an option like this. Because how does this knight get back? Right? You have to hit the bishop and then come back around this way. But there's still... and then this move saves you. But, you know, we have to find it. And even there, I guess the king gets back in time to now defend the knight. Anyway, it's not obvious to me. I don't see all that in one flash. So I'm just listing moves that, you know, I might bother to calculate. I'm not saying that they're good or bad at this point. Just what I would look at. All right, check here has been played. They've both just made move 40, yeah. Pumpkin, you may, yeah. You may watch broadcasts with better players or engine-equipped players who know for sure that it's a draw and then just leave it at that. But since I don't know for sure, I actually have to sort of look at the moves, right? I can't give you that confidence of what's going on, but I can point out some variations that one might calculate, you know, some roads one might walk down. That rook and pawn ending looked really scary to me, Wrath of Gods, yeah. I was kind of thinking that black was trying to avoid the rook and pawn ending, but then white did. They mostly can, Jagro. They mostly get everything right. It's just that they can't explain to you the why of any of it. By the way, Fabi did repeat positions once, right? With rook a5, rook a4, but that was just to get to move 40, right? It's not because he's given up on the game. We don't know how he's feeling about the game. Let's check out an exciting position that's going on right now. They've also just made it to move 40. Can you believe this knight's just hanging on f4, but black can't take it because of queen h4 check? King here, queen h8. Well, I can show you. I can make moves on the board. This is why black couldn't take the knight. So that knight's just hanging out on f4. Right? Pretty sick. So now the queen covers h8. And that means it may be time to do something with the knight, knight h5, or queen g8. Could be a move too. Oh no, you can't move the knight. I'm just getting oriented, folks. The knight cannot move. So that's funny. It can't move. It couldn't be taken up till now. You can't even go knight e6. Black just goes here and mates you. Okay, obvious variation is check, 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 Boom. Knight's hanging. So you kind of have to sack the exchange. This ending is just scary for white. Because the knight and king are both going to be bad against that pawn. So that's not a very good option for white. Alternatively, you could play check here as Alice and go for a draw, right? If queen g7, black's basically lost, right? Here. And when I say basically, I mean done. So against queen f8, it would be a repetition. Oh, nice move, Chess Wimp. Wow, nice move. And that probably wins for white. Have you calculated it out? You know what, Chess Wimp? Your brilliant move, I'm not taking anything away from it. Your brilliant move might lose. Your brilliant move might lose to another surprising move, which is that black doesn't take the knight. They bring the king. That's 2 whole tempi closer to a4. And you can take a4 while keeping within the leash of the d-pawn. Now, I don't see how white makes the king all the way to f7, makes another passed pawn faster than you take a4. So it's a king and pawn ending up a pawn, but I think it's a forced loss. Just done. Just done. Too bad, huh? But, you know, one brilliant move deserves another one. So here we are, the live position of Alice Lee versus Irina Krush. Irina's in first place in the tournament with 5.5 out of 8. Alice has 5 out of 8, 1/2 point behind her. And there's some other players with 5 and 5.5. Megan Lee, I think. Actually, maybe Megan Lee even has 6 points. She might be 1/2 point ahead of Irina. Let me just double check that. Yeah, she does. And Jennifer Yu has 5.5 like Irina has, and Tohir Genova has 5 like Alice Lee. So, no f3 ideas after king takes e6. I mean, you can try f3, sure. With or without king g2. f3. Maybe even black just tries to seal you in. Yeah. King c2, g4, you're absolutely right. That's done. Nobody's getting anywhere. So f3. And then if takes, I assume your idea is to come here, right? I would bet that white's lost here too, right? Okay, so you guys want to try g4. King here. f3. King here. Takes. King here. Here. Takes. d5. Here. That's lost. Oh, and now you can go here. Aha, without losing to this move. Hey, you won! You won for white! Genius. Okay. Let's go here. 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 Let's test your idea, right? Nah, you still lost. Sorry. I mean, the A-pawn was always going to win this endgame. You can calculate some tricky stuff, but everything's going to lose, no? D5 again? Oh my god, you guys are amazing. You guys are amazing. You saving this thing for white? Dang. Wow. Wow. So I can't win easily here. I can maybe hold a draw by putting my king on e4 and playing f5 again myself, right? But I can't win. So g4. Oh my goodness. And I can't win. G4. That's an endgame study, my friends. That's amazing. I bet every other move is losing for white other than g4 in this position. Right here. I bet you it's like every move loses except g4. I'm going to save that position and use it as a puzzle. Use it as a puzzle somewhere. That is hard. I mean, medium hard. You know, but hard. We tried this first Dritman, but then there was this move. And black connects the pawns. Or at least that's what we tried. And then I said white was probably losing, but I didn't double check it. But that's my feeling is, you know, if you get that position where black's got the pair of pawns as well, but their pawns are more advanced than white's, so there are scenarios where you can push and do the sort of like checkmate them while their pawn runs. Plus, you've got the plan of running over after this pawn. But there may be a way to draw it for white. There might still be a draw. I just don't fully expect it. Yeah, I considered that too, Wrath of Gods. Jeez, I wanted to just like click on your move to make it pop up on my variation. Yeah, I considered this move. And I guess one thing is that black could take this one, takes here, go here. Now white's pawns are further up than last time. See, this is an example of what the two pawns can do if they're further advanced. You see? This is it would be queening with check. It's one step from white winning, but instead black wins. So that's always going to be threatening that. So you can't move the king to f1, but you need a waiting move, right? Oh, f6. No! Oh my god, it's so close to saving. Just out of moves. This position looks over. White loses for some reason. Hey, nice work, Shadow Abyss. Thanks for contributing. I felt really great when I submitted mine, too. Oh, this is really far afield for their game, isn't it? This is like king and pawn ending 10 moves later. Okay, This is their live position. Let's just check some other like candidate moves real quick, right? Because we could be trying to checkmate instead of going into a king and pawn ending, couldn't we? I mean, I like king and pawn endings, but is there no way to checkmate? I don't see so many other possible moves here. Maybe that line's very, very critical. That's correct, Pumpkin. It's got to be queen g8. But then she's deciding whether to go queen f8 or queen h8 on the next move. So this is like where she's going to stop and think about it. Oh, Fabi played rook g5 move that I mentioned before. One repetition. And then rook g5. What had occurred to me here was that after this, there's two dangers for a wonder here. One is this move. If the bishop goes here instead of here, then any version of taking it is lost. King's just too far away. Those are all losing. Also, if a wonder doesn't, if Fabi doesn't defend this pawn, if he just goes like king d4, or sorry, b4, king takes, b5, like this, man, that pawn's off to the races, right? This is dangerous. You have to go here. Because knight f4 takes, king d4 is losing. That's like our baseline king and pawn position. So it's got to be here. Now, if you go here, at least there's this knight e6, right? It's like here. King c4, knight here. Safe. But bishop here, let's say. King d4 here. Knight here. Here. Knight check. Here. Okay, we saved it for black again. So what is he so scared of? Maybe just the bishop h4 one. Maybe just the bishop h4 line. Or maybe not push the pawn all the way to here, but do this. So like here, here, here. Instead of the b5 extra move I played before. Here, and now here. Again, there's knight here, though. And if your king comes this way, there's knight here. But it's hard to contain a knight. I mean, we could also play it like this. You know, knight here, king here. I remember I like looked at this line before, right? Here, here, and then this move. Saves black. With knight d5. Okay, so he plays rook e7. d7, sorry. Wait, what did he do? Rook d7. Bishop d2. So now Fabi's got the pawn defended still. Ah! Black's move? So black could even do this, right? Push the king back. Knight e3. And now you're wishing you did this like when the king was on d7 and you had 3 pawns, right? Okay, this is their position. Rook e5. What about rook e5? Knight e3, rook e5? You're both saying rook e5. I don't even know what you're talking about. Check. Here. Here. You want to play rook e5 here when you're in check? Is that what you're both recommending, or am I just... Am I just not getting it? Knight e3, bishop e3, rook e5 check? Huh? I don't know if this is holdable. It's just much worse than what white could have had before, right? Yeah, I don't know. Play something like this. This. I think in general, the defense for this kind of position, if you go after this pawn like this, and then the opponent can go here and take this, it's very risky because then you fight this pass pawn with your king way over here. So I think a safer way to defend a position like this is with your king over here, and then you get behind this pawn as needed. But let's mention a detail that I blundered at the beginning because I remember thinking of it before. In this position, you can't play c5 because rook check and take the rook, and white wins the king and pawn ending, right? So here, black would have to right away play a move like this, with the idea of rook takes c5, rook takes g3 is drawing, but this move wins right here. If you go to the e file, the rook gets traded. If you go here, this is with check and the rook comes back. So the king would have to come here. And then we get like g5, c5. I don't know if that changes much, but... Rook d3 check is played. And Fabi played king c2. It would be really nice if you could get your rook around, but black's got rook g3. So just bear in mind, this rook is not where you want it. So you always want to look for some trick to change the orientation, but it doesn't work here. So probably we're just looking at, you know, this kind of position here, which I think is a draw. There's yeah. If she finds G4 in a game, we should be more than impressed. Hardabuna, are you coming to me with some computer evaluations and things? If you're gonna have to rephrase your question without telling me that you're already looking at the computer evaluations. Here or way earlier, Chesswimp? If they right after they trade on E3, you're probably asking, right? If they do. You're probably asking about a position like this, right? Oh no, I've got their game over here, Hardabuna. We can look at Irina's game if you want. Queen G8 was played, as we had talked about. Queen H8, here, here, here. And now, White wants to play Rook H1, probably. But it's a very challenging king and pawn ending. For Alice, if she's got 6 minutes left, very challenging. You know, give somebody 20 minutes and tell them that it's an endgame study. You know, she can probably find Rook H1. But not knowing that it's an endgame study. Not knowing that it's an endgame study, not knowing she's got to win, not having 20 minutes on the clock, she's picked knight e6, which I think after king h8, knight g5 is not good for white. Alice turned 13 yesterday, I think, Viva. I think she turned 13 yesterday. So, king h8, knight g5. And the problem here is that black's going to collect this a-pawn, and this a-pawn is really hard for white's knight or rook to deal with. This is only dangerous for white. Really dangerous for white. Rook h1 also looks dreadful, Wrath of Gods, unless you find g4. It's a tough call. It's a tough call. So, is there a variation on Hardabuna that you want me to look at? Something about Irina gave a check. I don't know at which point. When Irina gave Rook C1 check, you want to know which move is best. Knight F4, wow. Bishop D7. Rook D8, check. Okay. You want to know which was the best square for the king to go to here? No, don't tell me which one's winning, man. I need to look at it with my real eyes. See, I'd formulated the question in a way that worked, and I hadn't gone back and checked which move you said was what, and I was like, you want to know which square the king should go to. No, I'm multitasking, so I can miss things, you know? But now my eyes are spoiled. In fact, I already forgot what you said. You said one of these is winning and one of them isn't, and I already don't know which one is. Okay, so that works out. So in the game, she played King G2. And King G2 does not allow her to ever move the knight because of Queen F3 check. Right? We noticed that, for example, like in this position, you can never move the knight because of check and Rook H1 mate. You can't even take the bishop because of check and mate. They don't need this. Now, if her king were on H2, you also probably couldn't move this because of Queen F2 mate. So what would be the difference? Let's say bishop here is played again. What would be the notable difference here? A wonder has played 93 check, by the way. I'll make the not live position now be the live position, okay? So this down here with this pawn here and this rook here. A wonder's played 93 check, and we could get that rook and pawn ending. Okay. So we still can't move the knight. Queen f2 is just as deadly as queen f3 would have been in the game. So what are we looking at for white? Queen f8, queen e8. Similar to the game. Wait, also in the game, why didn't she play d5 in this position? Because pawn takes knight still loses to queen h4, queen h8. It's kind of funny that they're each attacking the other person's piece with the pawn, right? Trying to unseat them. I don't see a move for black here. Don't really see a move for black here, but I don't see how it's different with the king on g2 or h2 either. That's what I'm wondering, Hardaboon. I'm wondering why d5 wasn't played either way, you know, with the king on g2 or h2. So like here's like a weird attempted defense, right? Just trying to simplify down how many pieces are on the board. But here, I mean, look at this in-between move from white, right? Threatening to queen with discovered checkmate. So that looks like it would just crush black to me. Yeah, I think that's one of the roughest things, probably Exquisite Corpse, is when people put too many hopes on another person, right? That's probably one of the toughest things. Yeah, Hardaboon, I'm trying to save like a tempo here on this pawn getting in here and black getting some perpetuals by playing this move order where I'm threatening to just, you know, give a lot of, get to checking the black king a little bit faster. I think this should be winning. Actually, one move to check would be this. And luckily, we can win with a little under promotion. Yeah, I don't know what the difference is yet, Hardaboon. So far, it's just winning either way, this d5 move. Maybe some line where black could play queen g4. Right. Let's try that. So king g2 in the game, bishop e6. Let's say we play d5, queen g4. How does white defend against this? I know I see queen takes d7 might have been better. Hard to say. Well, not hard to say. I just didn't make the effort. I just saw they were both winning and played one of them. That's a hefty threat, right? The king on h2, black's one move slower to make a threat. I think that's the answer, Hardavuna. I think we found it. Or you found it. Since the knight's covering h5 and h3, the king on h2, you can't checkmate it as fast, right? It's one tempo slower to checkmate a king on g2, on h2, right? To go here, here, or... yeah, or to try to get to the h file with the queen is almost impossible, it seems. So, yeah, king h2. She was sort of instinctively tucking closer to her pawn, but when you've got really, really, really weak light squares and the opponent's got that bishop that you don't, there's a countervailing instinct to keep your king on dark squares when your opponent's got the light squares, right? So it's like two different instincts. It's not like Alice doesn't have one instinct or the other. You know, she knows that normally you want to stay on dark squares. She also knows that that normally you want to stay cozily tucked next to the pawn defending it and don't want to be on the open h file when there's rooks and queens. Here it's a very unusual situation that the queen can't get anywhere to the h file, right? Like this kind of a move playing queen h7 mate, but queen f8 and your king, you know, can't stay out of the way. Actually, what's sick is knight h5 might be a winning move here. I'm not sure. How does g takes f4 win for white? Yeah, so the knight's been immune on f4 because of queen h4 to h8 and then rook g8. That's the tactic. So, by the way, they're on playing this endgame, right? Here, here, here. Oh, Irina went through c4, not a1. And Alice made sure to get both pawns. I guess the endgame's still interesting. I feel like the knight's just going to have to sack for this pawn, though. I mean, I just don't see... oh, there's one option. There's one option. Which is basically you put the knight on c3. So when the pawn's on a4, you're threatening it. When it goes to a3, you go to b5. When it goes to a2, you go to c3. And that way you never let the rook get out from a1. You sort of freeze it against the pawn. So that would say that black should not put the rook on a1, but instead here or here. And then, yeah, actually c4 might be the most precise. And black wins, right? Something like that. So rook c4 might be the most precise for Irina. Rook b4 also feels like it wins. Rook a1 might not. If you sack the knight for the pawn, I feel like the rook will just win eventually. Oh yeah? Are you sure of this one, Icy? It wasn't simple enough. It wasn't simple enough. All right, let's look around a little bit again. So this game here, I guess we could do this over here. King C1. Sorry, I'll put the live position back. King C1. Knight F5. G4. Knight D4. Bishop C3. C5. King B1. C4. Jesus, he's getting ready to checkmate Fabi. That's not properly respectful. Black could win here if Fabi doesn't make a move. If Fabi allows Black to play Rook D1 check here. So more likely Fabi now trades the knight with the bishop, right? Or I guess there's also the move Rook C5? Yeah, there's also the move Rook C5 here, maybe? So even if we're Black's move, this doesn't catch him. Okay. So it's very hard for Black to win down a pawn. But what about this move? What's going on there? I almost feel like Black has to play Rook D1 to A1 against that move. Because that move is... Because Rook C4 is such a huge threat. Right? You can't just go over here because of the knight. No? It's a massive, massive threat. Rook D1, here King D3, same idea. Is we're going after the knight. Right? But let's wait on it for a second before we play Rook A1. Are there any candidate moves for Black other than Rook D1, Rook A1? Anything else to stop this Rook C4 move? Oh man, Robson Lenderman's going to be a draw. Yeah. Sacking the exchange would be losing for sure. Yeah, Rook C3 here, that would be losing. Okay, so it's got to be this. No choice. G5. I think this freezes the position and draws for black by position. If you came over here with black and took this pawn, you'd lose, right? But this is a positional draw. You just freeze that pawn. Rook c5, knight e2, rook c4, king d5. This is a live position for them. The rook's been traded for the pawn as predicted. Doesn't look like. You guys want to see if 4 pawns against a rook is a win, loss, or draw? I have no idea, actually. In the game, you can see that Fabiano did trade on d4. This would be a draw, I think, like this. Okay, so Fabi didn't go for it. I think that's probably why. I had one other question. Rook c5. King to c3, then b3. Rook c5, knight e2, rook c4, king d5. Knight e2, rook c4, king d5. Does that work? Doesn't that leave white up 2 pawns? I would say that doesn't work. And the drawing structure I came up with for black, like this, it actually works whether the king is here or here. Right? Black's just playing these moves. And if white... Oh, wait. Oh, you can come threaten this knight from here, huh? So when you get here, the knight's got to... No, the pawn's defending the knight. That's what I'm saying. So you just go like this, right? If white ever takes the pawn, you take this pawn. Oh, but will you be able to play b3 and undermine at some point? Oh, b3 at some point, huh? White could eventually play b3. You take on b3 and white takes here. And you push and the king comes back. And they just hold this. Sick. Just sick. With these few pieces on the board, we can't figure out what's going on, right? It's amazing. With just these pieces, can't figure it out. Exactly, Wrath of Gods. When the king comes to c2, you reposition knight c5 to a4, and you'll still hold the draw. That's why I'm not going to get into... I'm not going to spend an hour on that. I think, you know, Fabi has spoken. The game goes on. He's going to trade here instead of going for that rook c5 move. And I think surely the defense is that rook d1 to a1 thing. The black king always has a move between f5 and g6, so he doesn't get zugged. And the knight should be nimble enough to always attack b2 and dance around the white king's approaches. You said a nice defense. Rook d1, rook a1, knight b3, knight c5. Yeah, that's what we've been analyzing the whole time, Hardabuna. That was the position that we were looking at. Okay, king took. Rook here. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, that whole position we were looking at was from that line. That was the only defense to rook c5. But it's fine. You found it. That's great, right? You found it. Good on you. All right. 4 pawns versus the rook. So knight e4, rook b4 was played, which seems like the right way. The knight has to just sack. f4 looks good-ish. I mean, we don't know what either player wants to do here. Maybe advance this pawn, keep this one to shield. I was assuming the rook would win too, Wrath of Gods, yeah. But I'm not really sure how. I mean, I guess to some extent, white doesn't have simple moves for like waiting around. But if white can keep like a wall against the black king, then maybe you can just draw, you know, king, 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 whatever. I don't know. Like if you put all 4 pawns in a row at some point and put your king on e3, then if black attacks the g pawn, you go to f3. If black attacks the d pawn, you go to e3. And their king, if it wants to join the rook to attack one of those pawns a second time, right? Because your king can keep defending all the pawns from just the rook. It would have to come all the way around to the b file and come into c4, and then you get to play g5, and they get to take the d pawn. You play g6, and I don't know. I don't know. Black can give checks from the side, yes, but you'd be just going like king, 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 king. Oh, no, that's right. You could check, and whichever way the king went, you could force one of the pawns ahead. And would that be a big deal? I don't know. Here, Alice is going to get to play with the king in this pocket on e4. So I think that's better than pushing all pawns up. I think it's much better to have these like diagonals that you can walk through to get away from the rook. Yeah. I think this is better. I don't know who's playing for what. Yeah, I don't know. Ray's still trying to squeeze somehow against Lenderman, even though there's just almost nothing on the board. I think a Wonder made a mistake in the rook and pawn ending, but what do I know? Ray thinks he can just win because he's a 2700, like the new superpower. All you have to do is just sit there and you win because you're you. Rook G1, preventing King E4. And probably preventing F5 because of King G5, right? And you just win this pawn. So now the question is, does this one push ahead? You push here with check. You can't go King E4, Rook takes G4. It's dangerous to get ahead, but D5's interesting. G5's risky because the king sort of comes to grips with you a little bit, right? And now he's so close, you kind of have to push him back, but now he's still on this. And, you go here, you get a bathtub. They freeze you. Here, here, here. That might be enough to draw. I don't know. Maybe that's a draw. If King G4 instead back here. By the way, D5 was played. If King G4 instead in this position, then there's check. And then refreeze from behind. Okay, so this is the move, which we were starting to suspect was going to be the right move, but we were checking G5 first. So D5 does get played. And from this angle, if black goes behind the pawn, you can actually keep your king in this sort of pocket position, right? Rather than getting the pawns frozen. Yeah, you can set up like 10 of these positions, play them out against yourself, start to get a sense. I think it's going to be extremely complicated. It'll be slow going to try and figure them all out. Probably all of these positions would be in a table base by now, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. I think table bases are complete for all 7 pieces. So you could throw random positions into a table base somewhere online. I don't even know where that would be, but and then it would just spit out for you, win, draw, loss, or whatever. But I think it's more interesting to just play around, right? Because there's probably some positions that are winning for the pawns, some that are winning for the rooks, and some that are draws. So it's probably more interesting to just play around with them than to try and remember a bunch of positions or just look at a bunch of positions. That would break my method, yeah. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like, in general... Okay, interesting move from Irina. I just feel like, in general, toying around with something, you learn more than just... Even if you don't find the answer, I feel like just toying around with something, you learn more that's applicable than by just being given an answer for something. But sometimes if you're just curious, I mean, you can look up a thing here or there. But if you get too curious, then you sort of... If you're always satisfying your curiosity the easy way, at some point, you don't know how to figure anything out. Right, so here we could get E4, king here, G5. This would be another bathtub, and I think it would be a draw, probably, like the one we saw before. It was the same bathtub, but it was like the rook on D1 and king on G6. Here it's the rook on G1 and the king on D6, right? So they switched which pawn they're covering. And if you play G5 here, which Alice did, then I think king here leads to the same thing, probably. Oh no, there's king here, rook here, and G6, and there's no time to take this with the rook. Oh. We call that position drawing a bath? Okay, so g5, king d6 was played. And will Alice ambitiously bring the king up through the pocket? Probably. The king's like, don't make a bath without me in it, right? Like, I want to get in first, then we can make the bathtub. Classic monarch. King e4, maybe rook g3, a freezing move. Then there is king d4. Looks like Fabi's game is winding down, actually. Folks. Looks like a wonder has held it. I don't know what happened with Fabi here. So you go rook g8. I thought rook d1 check was a mistake, but I may have been wrong. King a2, king e5. Here I thought Fabi should switch over with rook c8. But he played rook e8. King f4. Rook e2, trying to come here or check. Rook c1, stopping that. King a3, king takes here. So now, in theory, the idea for white would be like you cut the king off, you come here, you know, and then at like the right moment you come here and take this. The problem is black can always just attack the b2 pawn, and I don't see how it's... I don't think there's anything to do left for white, honestly. I don't think there's anything left. I think it's completely dead. So king b4 played, king f5, stopping this move for now. But just in general, I think nothing for Fabi to do here, right? To make progress, you'd have to attack this pawn with your rook. Whenever you attack this pawn with your rook, then your rook's not on b2 anymore, and they can attack b2. King c5. Alice played king e4. So the king's trying to head in. I think this one's just a dead draw, and we should just switch to the crazy endgame that we'll never see in any other game in our lives. It's going to be a lot of draws at the U.S. Championships today. Rook g3 played. Nice. So Pumpkin the Cat, rook d1 has a major problem. And that's g6. And if you take it, you can't stop this pawn. And if you back up now to go catch the pawn, then, you know, the tub moves further up, right? Yeah, at first I thought this would be an issue for white, but then I counted the tempi. Why is g6 a problem? Just move the rook. Well, now the pawn advanced further, right? Right. And this one's going. This king can come up. It's all going together. In the game, king e4, rook g3, Alice played king d4. Yeah, I was wondering about that. And now, as black, you need to prepare a defense to this move, e4. She wants to get to e5 with check and then slip the king back through f5 to avoid the rook. So rook f3. Sorry, I'm watching lots of games at once. Rook f3, maybe g6. And rook g4 doesn't seem to allow anything, right? Rook g4 seems to freeze every single pawn at once, right? G6 hangs the g pawn, f5 is illegal, and e4 hangs the f pawn. Rook g1 might also be playable. Yeah, it's not a terrible idea at all. So rook g1 and rook g4 look reasonable here. Rook g1 was the choice. Right, if king e4, you go back to g3, exactly right. Let's look at Robson's game for 1 second. Is there an idea here to play h6? I guess black could play king g8, just stopping that h7 threat. Okay. So rook a8. He's already played this once before. And on king e7, he played rook a7. He didn't go to g8. Going to g8 is a little bit risky. Oh, on h6, g6, the idea would be to play check, king here, h7, and black can't stop it. And if takes, king here. So I think the only problem with h6 is actually this king g8 move, not letting white's king in and just stopping the h7 threat. Oh, now Ray's gone for it. That's super risky. Rook to the first rank. And you take, and your king gets checked to the side of the board, and then rook f1. I was wondering if Ray was going to try this. It's going to be rook g1, king here, rook f1, and then if rook g5, king f6, and you're literally frozen, right? White can't move anymore. A Wonder and Fabi are drawing. Rook h1, huh. You think now maybe he could sack this pawn on purpose to try and open up the 5th rank? Bring this here, go here. Do this. Or actually, if your king moves away, king g7, right? He's already got that, and then he comes like this. f6. Nice, f6. Only move. And now we're close enough to draw for black. Ray is definitely trying down to the last drop of a drop. G5, so he's going to repeat once again. Ray just on that increment with nothing left. Alice just did something risky. Let's see it. King e4, rook g3, king f5, sacking the e-pawn. Oh my god, she won't take the draw. But the black king is too close. It depends on where the pawns are, Gritty Pans. Oh my gosh, Alice, and she's down to 20 seconds. She should still draw. She should still draw, as I see it, but... that was risky-ish to sack that pawn, or at least ambitious. So the way to go about this with black is you take with your king and you attack this pawn from behind with your king, and then field with the rook from behind as well. All right, Fabiano and A Wonder have agreed to a draw. And Ray has just played the pawn sack I mentioned. After one repetition, he goes for f6, opening up the 5th rank. Yeah, and I think I found, you know, a defense for Lenderman here in king e6 and then f6, forcing the rook to choose between g file and 5th rank. But Ray's trying. I mean, he's really trying. So is Alice Lee, right? Pawn coming up here. So is Lanier Dominguez. He's still grinding his opposite colored bishop ending. King d6 should also draw. Maybe. It's the wrong direction, though. Because king d6, king f7. Oh, then you've got rook e5, so it's fine, yeah. They have to grind because there's no offering draws. I don't know, GZT. There have been games that ended pretty quickly. Like, look at this. You see? Like, even if they're not allowed to offer draws without a repetition or something, you know, the experienced GMs know how to agree to a draw. Look at Hans, an hour and 21 minutes left. Wow. Right? So there's grinding and then there's grinding, you know. You can find ways to repeat if you don't think that you're winning. Okay, rook g5, rook h2 waiting, rook here. So now the idea is king here, h6, etc. How is king d6, g6 not winning for white? g6 might be winning Wrath of Gods. Yeah, it might be. I said king d6 is the wrong direction, right? I just, like this move, I realized black could maybe still draw with this move. So yeah, we'd have to calculate g6. And then like here, here, right? Here, 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 here. Basically, if you should be able to get to this in time. Oh, but now there's king e7 maybe at some point. I mean, even here, is there a way to win Wrath of Gods? Like, if you push, black can always take, and you're on the 7th rank. Even this looks like a draw to me, right? It's pretty hard to win. So this is the position. F5 played. Irina thinking this is the correct direction. You need to like attack these pawns from behind. You're not going to come around under and block, right? 40 seconds for Alice. 3 minutes total for Irina. Ray and Lenderman. Lenderman has 20 minutes in the bank to think on this. No, we haven't read the article, Hardabuna. But it is cool that there's an article that we can read later if we want that really explains it. The article's only 2 lines long? Okay, I'll look at your article. Doesn't sound like much of an article. Meh, now it's like so far back I can't find it. There it is. I don't know if that's an article or a forum post. Rook versus 4 pawns, watch this game, I played black. I'm not blaming anybody. Has Irina been thinking for like 6 minutes on this move? And over here with Robson, rook a5, rook g2, king h7. I mean, is it still possible for Lenderman to have a disaster and lose to this one h-pawn? Maybe. I mean, if there were no f-pawn, it's a theoretical draw. With the f-pawn, could it maybe, like, block him up in some weird way? Yeah, it stops the king from going to f7. Oh my goodness. Dominguez won a second pawn. Dominguez won a second pawn. And Irina is not moving as far as I can tell, down to like 10 seconds here or something. She's got to do something, no? What's happening? Okay, move comes in. Rook a3, g6, rook check. Very weird. Very weird. But okay, she's saying if the king comes this way, she can keep checking it. And if the king comes this way, then what does she want? Very weird angle for the rook with rook a3 to a6. I guess rook a1 is still correct, like repairing the error basically. King e4, now g7 would win. King e4, g7 would win now, so it's too late for that. King e5, g7. Rook a8, f6, king e6, king g6 is losing. I think king e5 and king e4 lose now. The rook's really in the wrong way. I think it needs to go back where it came from, but like there might be some kind of defense here as well, but this move probably wins. Like maybe f6 here draws, but this move probably wins. Right, and then here, and then start pushing. I think this is the last move to draw, and it's going to be rook a1. She's played king e5? I think g7 is going to win now. Oh, I see. g7, then rook a1? Ooh la la, that's true. That's true. That still draws. g7, rook a1 is still a draw. Okay, she's fine. She's fine. She just... No, black can't queen because rook g1 will win the queen, and then black will actually lose. There we go. Draw coming. I think we'll get rook versus pawn and Robson and Lenderman as well, because he's playing till the end with all this. Yeah, king h6, king f6 would be funny, but king g6 was played. King h6, king f6, knight, king here, very strong, trapping the knight right here, check, here, here. Zugzwang, right? And white loses even with the knight? Theoretically, knight versus rook is a draw, usually, but not in every single position. Yeah, knight in the corner always loses. Knight, like, on one of these squares should almost always draw, and knight on these, like, knight squares, like where this one started, sometimes. All right, so this game is a draw. Bear Kings. We could not queen in the king h6, king f6 line, Seth? No. In this line here, couldn't queen. That's why I made a knight in this position. Heart of Buna, I saw that in a game between two grandmasters. And the player with the knight wanted to agree to a draw because it's preposterous to win with a knight against a rook. But the arbiters insisted that the game be marked as a win for the player with the king and knight, even though he protested himself and wanted the game to be a draw. All right, so there are Bear Kings. So Irina stays in the running here in the U.S. Women's Championships. Let me see, the current standings now are going to be Jennifer Yu now has 6.5. After winning today, while Megan Lee lost. So it's a roller coaster. The lead has been changing every single round in that section. And I told you you'd get rook versus pawn again. Lenderman's defensive plan is to at some point sack the rook for this pawn and come down here and make a draw with his last pawn against White's rook. Yes, Irina definitely still stands a chance. In fact, there's like 4 or so players who still stand a chance with 4 rounds to go. Actually 5, right? Irina, Jennifer, Megan and Alice Lee, and Toker Genova. 5 players, I think, in the running for first right now. Yeah, I mean, in any case, if both players want to agree to a result, it's really not the place of the arbiter to trample what the players think is proper. All right, this game's done. Also a draw. So many draws today. So let's check out this. So we've seen this position here, right? Trying to play bishop g8. Pulls the king all the way here to stop this move. Has to be all the way over here. Because even if your king's on d5 defending the pawn, bishop check would force your king off of defending the pawn. That's the danger in these opposite-colored bishop endings when the pawns are on the squares where the bishops can attack them. So the king gets pulled all the way over here. Now b5 forces the bishop to run, freeing up the white king. Oops. Was this an attempted Zugzwang or something? What's white trying to do here? Come out like here or something? I don't know. Comes back here. Oops. Why this? Why not just like chill? What's going on? I don't get it. I don't get it. It seems like he just blundered this pawn, right? King e6 check? I mean, he knew about bishop g8, though, so what? You're welcome, Pumpkin the Cat. I should probably go, too. It's getting really late. Holy moly. That seemed like an unforced pawn. No? Yeah. Hey, I'm seeing Lenderman and Ray still playing with king versus king right now. Talk about fighting hard. Look at this. The clock's still running. King e4. Okay, now they're agreeing to a draw. But you guys see that for a moment? They had this king versus king position for like a minute. at least. Funny. Maybe figures it's enough to hold anyway. Why would you ever just, like, give up the pawn? Oh, man. Well, folks, it's really late for me in terms of the kids and home. I think I have to let this go, even though this game has finally become fascinating. Can white win this? I mean, now black does have the dark squares covered. It might still just be a draw. Okay, let me just figure it out if I can. I'll take 2 minutes to try and figure it out. If I can figure it out, I can leave you with the correct prediction of the result. Okay? So basically, black can cover these two squares forever. The only way to win would be for white to capture one of these pawns. If the king's on f3, your bishop has to be on g3. King e4, king c5. King e4, king c5. White wastes a move. Bishop h2. Wastes a move, bishop g3. King here. King here. It's still a draw. Alright? It's still a draw. Even after hanging that pawn, maybe he did just want the game to end. He was like, look, take the pawn, let's get it over with. Maybe so, yeah. Just bring the king over to c5. There's no way Sevian blundered bishop g8, so yeah, that's the only logical conclusion, is he was just trying to, like, hurry along to the part where the game's over. Okay. So, that is that for today, folks. It was a really closely fought round at the U.S. Championships today with 6 draws in 7 games. Only Chris Yu's opening wildness, lack of discipline, led him to a loss against Sam Shankland. Other than that, every game was drawn in the championship. Notably, a Wonder Liang escaped a really horrible opening choice, real scary, dangerous position against Fabiano Caruana, and drew a really tough endgame. It was amazing. Defense by him. A lot of suffering. Over in the U.S. Women's Championships, we had a couple wins with Tohir Genova moving up by knocking out the leader Megan Lee and gaining a point for herself. So she's up there in the top 5. We've got Alice Lee with 5.5, Megan Lee and Irina Krush with 6, and Jennifer Yu with 6.5, which is a huge score, but she hasn't run away yet because there's some other players winning a lot of games. Not so many draws there. Yeah, is tomorrow a rest day around 10? I know that either way, it's the weekend. I'll be with my kids, and I know that there's a round this weekend that that Kostya's covering without me. I think that's, yeah, tomorrow is round 10. Sunday is a rest day. Okay, so Kostya will be on tomorrow to cover round 10 for all of you. Till then, take care, be well, and yeah, I'll see you all Sunday morning probably. Oh, and I think I was gonna run, actually, one other thing. I think I was gonna run a tournament tomorrow morning. Maybe, gosh, it's Friday. I should have put it on the schedule. I'm going to run a tournament this weekend. I'll have to announce it in the Discord. Take care, folks. See you next time.